And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I do apologize for the stream going down for a couple minutes there. I do apologize. I do know that we lost a lot of viewers as a result, but for those of you that stuck around, we are here with Rainer versus Hero. We are here to determine who advances on to the grand finals. Oh boy, which way will this go? Again, we just wrapped up with Hero versus Dark. It was a pretty intense series, and we are now jumping right into our next one, as in the bottom right, we have a Rainer for Team Basilisk. And in the top left, we have his opponent. We have Hero for CranKy Gaming. Here we go. Again, I do apologize. The stream did cut out for whatever reason, and I had to very quickly try to set up another restream event, and we're live now back on YouTube and all that stuff. And again, I do apologize. Likewise, I do have to double check and make sure that we're still on Team Liquid. Un momento here. No! No, the Team Liquid event did close. Feels bad, man. Yeah, so I do apologize for that. Regardless, the show must go on, and we are diving into our next series here. Again, a fresh best of 7 between Rainer and Hero, and we spoke about this before. Rainer is very fond of the 15-15. 15 hatch into 15 spawning pool. He does it against Terran, against Zerg, and here against Protoss as well. So a very safe opener out of Rainer to kick things off. Meanwhile, I'm sure Rainer was watching the previous series. Hero was hyper aggressive in that last series against Dark, going for these +1 8 gate charge timings. Now, I'm sure Hero is aware. I'm sure Hero is aware that, oh my god, he's going to be threatening a fake cannon rush. Let's go. Pylon has been thrown down. Big reaction here out of Rainer, pulling a lot of the boys, but it's a fake cannon rush, and oh, Rainer not too happy about the situation here, as he did overcommit here to trying to shut it down. That was what, 4 or 5 drones off the mineral line. Very nice start for here. Very nice start for our Protoss player here. Very nicely done, as we are settling on into this and getting ready for that first game. Now again, I'm sure Rainer was watching the last game, so this +1 8-gate charge build that Hero used to great effect 3 games out of the 4 wins he had against Dark, I'm sure won't be as effective here against against Rainer, but Hero has many more builds up his sleeve. He has much more available to him, so we'll see. We'll see how he's able to piece this all together, and likewise, we'll see how Rainer can respond and can react to it and can deal with it. Do you want to believe? There we go. As of now, we have a very different opener for the first time this entire night. Twilight Council opener out of Hero. Okay, bold move. So Hero has been very fond of DT based openers. He's been very fond of Dark Templar here. So I'm imagining that that's what this is going to be. This is going to be, not a Glaive Adept. But we'll keep an eye on things. We don't have eyes on the gas guys, so I'm not fully aware what Hero is working with gas-wise. But regardless, there's that robo on the way. And we'll see what tech choice Hero does decide to go for. And there it is. Glaive Adepts is the answer here. Okay, not Dark Templar, as we have pulled out a gas, which means this is 4-gate Glaive Adepts. This is going to be 4-gate. The Adepts, I do shade into the main base, already shaving away at some of those Lings, getting quite a bit of damage done. Ling's going to be falling. 2 more gates behind. This is going to be 4 gates in total. And we'll see if Hero can break through. So now, there it is. We are going to be backing off for the time being. Rainer just gaining control of his side of the map. Still unawares as to what's going on. He should soon be aware, though, to throw down a safety Roach Warren as we are nearing that 4-minute mark. Again, 4 gates in total. This is not all in by any means. Hero should be transitioning out of this. Should be working on that next step. Should be working on the next step here. As there we go, safety Roach Warren on the way. Rainer, he's aware of how much danger he's in, and he should be able to respond. He should be able to react here. Should be able to react in time, as the Overlord will be getting into the main base and confirming the Prism has arrived. I believe Rainer hasn't thrown down any safety Spore Crawlers yet, but he should be soon looking to do so, as there we go. We have Spores on the way as we speak, just in case it is Dark Templar. So we do see essentially Rainer trying to shore up his defenses. Adepts are moving out across the map. They're going straight for that natural. Queens are in position. We do fully wall off. A very nice reaction here out of Raynor. He does wall off his natural, but that means that his third base is exposed. He goes right for it. Hero goes for the third base. We have our transition. It's going to be Aerobotic Spay. It's going to be essentially Disruptors. Disruptors on the way here as a follow-up. Adepts, they do shade into, they do get warped into the main. Adepts in the main base, focusing down whatever drones they can. And not too much damage being dealt though as we do shade towards the natural. Ooh, and this is getting out of hand. The Glaive Adepts, they're popping off here at the natural base. 6, 7 drones going down. We break into the main base as well. Raynor, he has been compromised. His bases have been compromised. We get into the main. We shade on top of the roaches even. Picking off whatever roaches we can. More drones going to be going down. So far at 12. Oh, we're hitting critical mass. This is becoming a bit much. 14 drones go down here to the Adepts. Ay. At the same time, the third base getting very low as well. And can we get a kill on the hatchery? No shot. It's so very low here, so close to going down. A couple more volleys and it will fall. And it is going to get... Oh god! What of us? We commit to the shade and the base, but just barely holds on. We just barely do hold. Prism taking a lot of damage. The Prism goes down. Oh, big shake of the head there by Hero. He does overextend. Does get a kill the third base, but he has that much less to work with. That much less here. Despite that, though, Raynor, he may have gotten a kill on that Prism. He still lost the third. He still lost 14 plus drones. Hero in a good position. He is in a good position back at home. He's getting into Disruptors. These Disruptors, they will keep him safe from the Roach counterattack. The Disruptor harass is going to be delayed, though. Ideally, we want to be heading across the map already with the Disruptor drops. But, again, Hero did overextend. It did lose that Prism. Has to wait a little bit longer. Does have to wait that much longer as a result. Behind this, Adept's going to be getting across the map. Threading a shade towards that natural. Here comes that War Prism. Here come the 2 Disruptors. But again, Hero has lost a lot of momentum already. As we do threaten the shade. Third base still not up and running for Raynor. Disruptors heading towards that main where there is that Spore in position, if you remember. This time we do avoid the Spore. Queens are keeping up. Chipping away at that Prism. Adepts say shade into the natural. We commit to the shade. We do commit. We get behind the Adepts. Nova's going to be going up. Good target firing here at Raynor. And the Novas, they do not connect. Good splits from Raynor. Good reaction overall. 5 drones still go down. But a good handling of the situation. Good handle here. As we're working on +1 range, we have Link speed on the way. We're amassing a pretty hefty amount of roaches, and Raynor is going for a big counterattack. The counterattack is upon us. Hero will catch some of the roaches. Good pick off there from Hero. Gets, I want to say, 4 or so roaches. Raynor moving out, but he runs into a wall of Stalkers, and yeah, there's no pushing into this. It's not going to happen. Raynor, he's trying to re-drone, he's trying to resaturate. But alas, he barely cannot. He's still playing catch-up. Good positioning overall. More Disruptors on the way. We have 4 Novas in total. We just spent 1. We have 3 Novas left. 3 Purification Novas remaining. 2 in the Prism, 1 on the ground. And going for a big wave of reinforcements. Here he has a lot of momentum on his side. Supply blocking Raynor. The supply block is real. Pushing on forward. Big Nova connects with the Ravagers, connects with the Queens. Raynor trying to set up a surround. Doesn't quite get it though. Again, good vision here, good movement out of Hero. Does push Raynor back. Does push him back as we blink on forward to focus down another Queen. Up the Nova. Nova grazing the army. Popping off once again. But last Hero is being forced back. Roaches, they do go in for a counterattack. Roaches, they do waddle in towards that base. We catch some of these Disruptors. Again, Hero a little bit inattentive there. As Hero's going to be losing workers back at home here. He did try to recall, but a bit of miscontrol out of Hero. 14 workers going to be going down. Hero losing his entire economy here at the natural base. Raynor, he is suddenly back in this. Gets 17 probe kills. But the Novas, Good connections here from Hero. We connect with the Ravagers. Again, this game, it's getting a little bit rowdy. It's getting a little bit messy here. As Hero loses a mineral line. Still ahead in workers, but not as ahead as he should have been. Raynor, he's still in this. Is still in this here. As Lingzay go for a run by the wall. It's not a wall. The wall, it's not a wall whatsoever. The Lingzay busts into the natural. Recall is on cooldown. Remember that. And Hero, he's all in. He's all in with this army. Probes are falling. We can see the picture-in-picture. The natural base is completely forfeit. And Raynor, he just has to try to hold on here. He has to survive. Oh my god, really good Nova though. Really good tracking out of Hero. He cleans up the Lings, but he's forced back. And another 19 probes go down. And now, for the first time in this game, Raynor takes a worker lead. Raynor, he's ahead in workers. He's ahead in supply. Raynor was in dire straits in this game, but these counterattacks have done so much for him. They've done so much. And Hero now forced back home. He still has a terrifying army, but again, Raynor, he's just non-stop with the aggression, with the run-bys. We have Banelings getting ready to waddle in towards the base. Towards that third. Disruptors still have a lot of potential. But Raynor, he's paying attention. He's keeping up. Let's go off. Oh, we get a queen. We do get a queen. We have Lings on the right-hand side. Banelings as well. They're still there in the vicinity. As Hero, he's forced to turtle. Again, Hero, he's a very momentum-based player. He wants to be in your face. He wants to be just knocking down your front door. But he's forced to back off. And Raynor is looking so much more comfortable here. He's still not on an ideal drone count. Like, he's still trying to produce workers as we speak. Trying to resaturate, building up his Roach Ravager army. But again, Hero, he's had to back off. This is something that we didn't get to see against Dark. But Hero, he's building up his Colossi, more Disruptors, still has these two Novas. Oh my god. Never not quite connecting. Almost a juicy connection though. It was almost massive. Again, Hero a little bit antsy. Fourth base on the way. Baneling run by being set up here to get into that mineral line. Hero, can he react in time though? Can he react? Still a very tense situation. Very tense here as he has that one Stalker. I still got that cannon, of course. Disruptor still sharking around. Never goes up. Up! Gets a couple of Banelings. Speaking of Banelings, I roll in. And Hero, he reacts very late. Very late reaction out of Hero. 6 probes go down. 7 probes in total. Good damage dealt there by Raynor. Good damage. Meanwhile, Hero gonna try to rotate around. Now, Hero's been building up a death ball of an army. And Hero, he has a larger army supply, a more efficient army as well. Hero, he's pretty committed. Never goes off. Good connection here on the Banelings. And Raynor, he's in a lot of trouble. Can he deal with this death ball of a Protoss army? He's coming in first round. Comes in from behind. Banelings, they crash into the sentries. Good connections with the Banelings. Very good connections with the Novas. Oh, they pop off against the Ravagers. And it looks like we still have too much Protoss. Hero is breaking through. GG gets called. And Hero takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Hero, he had a lot of momentum. He had a very successful start to the game with the fake cannon rush, with the Glaive Adepts. But then he fumbled the ball a little bit. Did fumble the ball. He lost his Prism, which delayed the Disruptor drop. He also was forced to recall, but he was unable to defend against the Roach run by and the Ling run by. Raynor, he made a game out of that. Raynor, he did make a game out of that, did make things very chaotic. That was not a clean game out of Hero, but a win nonetheless. Ooh, Hero, though, you could see they're not too satisfied with the game when he was shaking his head a little bit, and we do need to tighten things up. Again, there were opportunities for Raynor. He was almost back in that game, needed a little bit more time, and Hero, Can we keep a cool, calm, and collected head here as we're getting ready for game number 2? Going to be on Golden Aura. We have our vetoes. Vetoes are standard. We have Hero vetoing Equilibrium. We have Raynor vetoing Radisson Station. Same vetoes as last game, as last series against Dark. Equilibrium being the Zerg map, Radisson Station being the Protoss map. Both of them have been vetoed, and we have every other map available to us in this best of 7. And in the bottom right hand corner, we have Raynor for Team Basilisk. And in the top left, we have Zapona. We have Hero for CranKy Gaming. Here we go. Shouldn't be surprised. Raynor once again going for a 15-15. Did it in game 1, did it here in game 2. Will most likely do it in game 3 as well. It is his go-to opener here in most matchups. In almost, actually in every matchup. Is going to be 15 hatchery into a 15 spawning pool from Raynor. Is a very safe way to open up. Now, if you remember earlier, Hero did fake out a cannon rush and he forced an overreaction out of Raynor in the beginning of game 1. Here in game 2, no such thing. There's no probe moving out. Hero isn't even trying to block the natural base. He is just allowing Raynor to get into his own opener back at home. As we look to settle into Golden Aura. Again, Golden Aura has a short rush distance by ground. You can be quite aggressive, quite active here on this map. Can very much so be in the face of your opponent quite quickly here. If a fight can go your way, things can very quickly swing and snowball in your favor. So we'll see. We'll see how things go. Again, bearing in mind that Hero is also a little bit fatigued after fighting Dark. He had a very intense series against him just now in a best of 7. Meanwhile, Raynor was happily chilling and watching. He was watching that series. We did mention before that, again, Hero, he did rely a lot on that 8-gate 3-base +1 charge timing attacks he was going for against Dark. It worked 3 games in that series. And Raynor, I'm sure, is fully aware of that. So again, Hero is most likely going to be avoiding that kind of tech path and avoiding that build for as much as he can. Just because Raynor is most likely prepared for that. Most likely. So here we go. For now, we're just getting to our openers. Everything's looking normal. Everything's looking standard. It's going to be a Stargate opener out of Hero. Against Dark, Hero was playing around a little bit with Void Ray based openers. Was going Oracle into Void Ray. But for the most part, should be Oracle first. But again, like, Hero has so much up his sleeve. He has so many builds at his disposal, and he's so willing to embrace his more chaotic side against Raynor or against Zerg players in general. Doesn't have to rely on the same build multiple times in a row. I mean, he showed that last game, going for Glaive Adepts, and having a lot of success with it. So here we go. Oracle is in production. It's going to be in the Oracle first for Hero. Oracle first is going to be moving out. So behind this, we'll see if we commit to additional Oracles or into the Void Ray instead. I wouldn't be opposed to going for that charge alt style here on Golden Aura, or in smaller maps in general. Maps like Golden Aura, maps like Hardlead, Oceanborn. I do think they lend pretty well to that. As we do have additional gateways on the way. Ooh, that is not normal. That is a 3rd gateway in production. Very interesting. Overload is going to be shut down. 3rd base now on the way here for Hero. Third base has been spotted. We do see Raynor responding with a fast Evo chamber. This should be for +1 melee. So we're getting into a standard response here from Raynor. +1 melee into heavy Ling aggression. We're opening up with triple Oracle. We're soon moving out across the map. We're about to hit the field, looking for some economic damage. Now we'll see if Raynor can keep up with the movement of Hero. Spore Crawlers are already on the way. There's +1 melee, as we did mention. +1 melee in production. Oracles are being zoned away. So far, good movement here from Raynor. Good movement overall. Ooh, and that is going to be a Baneling Nest here at 4:30. Okay, so Mass Ling Bane out of Raynor. Going to be avoiding the roaches for the time being. Meanwhile, as you did mention, that third gateway was a little bit suspect, and we can see why. We've been building up adepts. Now, these are vanilla adepts for a hero, but they're designed to catch the Zerg player off guard, because this is a very unorthodox timing. Now we're going into +1. We're working towards the Twilight Council for charge or blink. Adepts have been revealed, and now we're pushing in. We're clearing up a lot of creep here. Moving towards the bases. The wall is not a wall. Yeah, that's going to be what? That's going to be 8 adepts in total. We don't commit to the shade. We do see the mass amount of lings. We do respect it. But Hero, he does have a marauding force here of adepts. And we do commit to the shade. Oh, drone's going to be going down. Good position here behind the mineral line. Lings, yeah, they cannot engage. They're forced back. We shade towards that natural. And the oracles, they're going for the drones. We're going for the drones here. Stage trap's going to be thrown down. The traps are going to be denied. But we get 8 worker kills. Even more than that. 10, 11. Oh my god. Remember, these are vanilla adepts. We get 12 drone kills in total. Good damage dealt here by Hero. And we're transitioning out of this into +1 and charge. Not just +1 and charge. That is a second Stargate and a fleet beacon on the way. Hero taking up very heavily here. Okay, so it's going to be 8 gate charge. Remember, we started with 3 gateways this time. We have 5 more gates on the way, so it's going to be 8 gate charge into what looks to be Sky Toss. This is quite a twist. This is quite a deviation here from Hero. We'll see if we can get away with it. In general, I do like going for mass charge ults here on Golden Aura. Again, we can achieve quite a lot of damage with this. Zealots have been revealed. Raynor, he's now aware of the charge lots. Carriers on the way. No scout from Raynor, not yet. We're working on +2 melee. Roach Warren being thrown down as well to help deal with those zealots. Link Scout coming in. Link Scout trying to get a read on what's going on, but doesn't see too much here as a 4th base is on the way. And here we go. Hero dipping in towards the main base with that prism. With those charge lots. Queen's in position. Oh, Hero does overextend. Takes a lot of damage there on that prism. Good defense so far by Raynor, but the problem is that this is not the final form. This is not what Hero is really working towards. He's showing one thing, but getting into another. He's fully walling off, just turtling up. Likewise, though, Raynor droning heavily up to 80 workers. Now, bearing in mind that Raynor had to re-drone and resaturate, so he's been recovering economically, but now he's taking an economic lead. The carrier count getting higher and higher. We're up to 2 carriers already. Soon to be 4. Now, what I find that's really interesting here is that it's only 2 Stargates, not 3. And we threw down a Temple Archives. So this tells us that, yes, we're getting into Sky Toss, but there's going to be quite a big ground commitment as well. At least it looks to be the case. Where we have access to Archon, Zealots, potentially Storm as well. We'll see if we throw down a 3rd Stargate or if we throw down a Robo instead and start working towards Immortals. There it is, Storm. Storm is on the way. So we will have a ground force. Goal base hasn't spotted. Oh, and goal base is going to be denied. Carrier's revealed. Big Scout. Oh, that was a mistake from Hero. That was a mistake. The carrier was revealed, and Raynor is fully aware of the Sky Toss. Spire in production. We're working towards Corruptors. These carriers will no longer be a surprise factor, and that was the goal. The goal from Hero was to hide those carriers for as long as he could and surprise Raynor. That's not going to happen, not anymore. But the goal base is denied, and the goal base was almost complete as well. So good damage done here by Hero. Oh, was stuck on A move for a moment. Does take some extra damage. Is forced back. Ooh, as the Observer does go down. Good pickoff here by Raynor. Gets the Observer. We got the Ultra Cavern on the way. Hive Tech, of course, is done. Or Hive is done. Carriers are still amassing. And Hero, as he goes into the main base, he will get eyes on everything in that main. Or he should at least. I believe he sees a Spire. I don't know if he sees the Ultra Cavern, though. Oh, he doesn't see the tech. That is brutal. At least he sees a Spire. Sorry, at least he sees the Hive. So he's aware of Hive Tech. There's potential for Ultras or Greater Spire or Vipers. Hero knows that at least, doesn't have confirmation. As a result, not getting into Immortals yet. Immortals are ideal against those Ultras. As Hero is just building up towards 5 bases. Very secure so far. Very secure. Second Spire's on the way for double upgrades. We're committing into Skyzerg, Broodlords, Corruptors. Mothership has arrived. Again, the lack of scout on the Ultra Cavern is huge. We need to realize what's going on to trigger that Immortal transition. Speaking of, Roaches on the left-hand side. Roaches are going to be pushing in. We break through the gateway. Moving in towards that mineral line as well. The High Templar up! At the same time, Ling run by on the right-hand side. Yeah, the overcharge barely is enough to hold on. You can see that Raynor, he's trying to pull Hero apart. He's not quite able to. Just barely not. Just barely not able to here. As the Corruptor count getting higher and higher. We have 11 Corruptors on the way. Still making that second Spire. Meanwhile, it looks like the Ultras have been confirmed, and there's the Immortals. We spoke about it. We need those Immortals to help deal with the Ultras. Unfortunately, this second Robo for Hero is late. It's a late Robo from Hero. Late Immortal production. We'll see if that does or hurt him. If that does come into play. Speaking of, Ultras coming in for a counterattack. At the same time, a Ling run by on the right-hand side. We are slowly working through all these cannons. But no critical damage yet. I'm also concerned because Hero hasn't rebuilt that wall. On the left-hand side, on top of the ramp, he hasn't thrown down that gateway again. So we're seeing some vulnerabilities here in the defenses of Hero. As Raynor continues to pressure both bases. There it is, gateway on the way. More cannons as well. This is what we needed, but that's going to be a kill on the gateway. It is going to be a kill. So far, we are holding. We are holding on. As we hold, big shout out to Practice X in the chat. Papi God, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope the practice went well. If you're now tuning in, we're here covering Raynor versus Hero. Welcome to Masters Coliseum 7, the playoffs. We're here to determine who makes it to the grand finals, who faces off against Serral in the grand finals of this tournament. As we're here in game number 2, Hero was able to open up with quite an amount of adepts. He dealt some critical damage, and behind it went into Sky Toss. Raynor, of course, was able to confirm it. He's been building up towards Corruptors. He's working on his upgrades. The Sky Toss army, though, is finally pushing out. Hero has been turtling. He's been turtling up on 5 bases for quite some time. His economy has been left untouched, and now Hero is maxed. Hero is maxed out. Raynor in a bit of trouble here. He's trying to force the army to turn back around, but last Hero doesn't turn back around. He's gonna be committing. We do have a Spore Force behind this. Microbial Shroud as well, and the Queens. Oh, but we have the Storms on top of it. The Queens are going to be going down. Big feedbacks as well on the Vipers. Not enough Corruptors, not enough anti-air. It looks like the top right-hand base is going to be going down. The Ultras, they take down a base, but there's no answer to the carriers. There is no answer here. We're breaking on through. This base has been broken. We have 18 Corruptors on the way. We need a little bit more time. That's a lot of Corruptors. 18 Corruptors will be enough. But the Broodlords are being focused down. There's 2 Broodlords left. And the problem here is that without the Broodlords, how do we kill the Archons? If we don't kill the Archons, how do the Corruptors get on top of the carriers? Oh boy, here we go. The carriers are a little bit exposed, is what I will say. Ultras, they catch some of these Stalkers on the ground. Good pickoffs. Corruptors are amassing. The Ultras are going down though. And now we can focus on the main push. This death ball of an army still has a lot of potential. Hero pulling back for a moment, consolidating his forces, building up his shields. Hero did lose the 5th. Honestly, I feel like we can keep pushing. Yes, there are a lot of Corruptors, but that's all we have. And here we go. Storm is done. Well, Storm has been done for quite some time. Ling's going for a big counterattack. And Hero, we gotta go. He does have eyes on the Corruptors. Did get the revelation off. Ling Runby is going to be denying that 5th base. Hero stuck on 4 bases. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Raynor. He has been able to remax despite losing his army. Ooh, Good feedbacks here on the Vipers. Good storm as well, the Corruptors. We are pushing through. We're getting through the Archons. We're trying to at least. We have 2 more Ultras on the way. Again, the goal of the Ultras are to bring down the Archons, and then the Corruptors can go ham. The Storms! The Storms and the Corruptors isn't going to be enough here as we collapse on the Carriers, and it looks like we will clean up the Corruptors. The Storms are just too much here. The Carriers, they stand strong. Every Corruptor goes down. And it looks like Hero, does he have too much? Can he break through? Can we keep pushing? We have more Corruptors on the way. As we have broken this base, we have 5 Corruptors. Sorry, we have 6 Corruptors and 5 Ultras in production as we speak. Hero, he's so close to breaking Raynor. As he takes down another base. He's moving towards the left-hand side, moving towards the gold. Do you have another big warp in? Ultras are coming out. Ultras, they have been revealed. But they're taking a lot of damage already. Yeah, the Lings, they come in for a surround as well. No storms. Oh, but the Ultras, yeah, they're going down one after the other. Good juggling out of Hero, preserving some of those Archons. Not all of them, but some of them. The Ultras putting in a lot of work. Oh my god. They take down 4 Archons. And this is important because they take down a 5th Archon as well. We're building up the Corruptor count. We're going in. Big yoink. Very patient play here out of Raynor. He takes down 1 more of those Carriers. The Ultras, they did their job. They did deal with the ground army, but now we find that we come across the gold. We deny mining here at the gold base. Raynor stuck on a 3 base economy, really. But Hero still doesn't have a 5th. The drones! No! The drones, they get caught out. Some of them do at least. Only 2. And Hero, again, it does feel like he's still in a timer. We still need to push in. Here come the Corruptors. Another yoink! Another Carrier goes down. What's scary, though, is it looks like we're transitioning into a ground-based army. Only 2 Carriers left, and these Corruptors, they can't do much against what's on the ground. We have Immortals. We have Immortals that are amassing. Can we keep on pushing? Can we break through those Ultras? 3 Ultras on the high ground. But we have 4 Immortals. And that 5th base finally getting back up and running here for Hero. To push towards the bases. Oh, the Corruptors, they find the Prism. Big pickoff. Prism goes down. No more reinforcements. No more reinforcements here for Hero. He is pulling back. Raynor still on 4 bases. Another Carrier goes down. Bit of miscontrol there at Hero. Does expose the Carrier. It doesn't fall though. Or barely survives. And I love this movement out of Hero. Because of how he's positioning his army, Raynor can't go for a run by. He cannot punish that 5th. He's busy dealing with the main army. And here we go. We find a better angle of attack. We are pushing in. Only 2 Carriers behind us, but there's so much supply tied up in these Corruptors. Good fungal. Good fungal on the Zealots. God, that's still a lot of Ultras. They're pushing through. The Corruptors are coming from behind. They take down some of these Carriers. And Broodlords, they have completed. It looks like Raynor, he's cleaning up the army. He cleans up all the Carriers and what little is left on the ground. And Hero, he did take a little bit too long to actually push in. He had so much momentum for so long. But Raynor was so patient with how he was building up his army. The Broodlords, they arrived just in time. Hero has an economy, but Raynor has the army. Oh! Here we go, Raynor going for a massive counterattack. He's got the 1 Ultra, he's got Lings trickling in, and it looks like he will break this base. And Hero, he can't afford to lose it. This Nexus, it's gonna be going down. The Broodlords have arrived, and there's nothing to deal with them. There is no answer for the Broods. Stalkers are zoned away. 20 probes go down. And Hero, he's running out of steam. He's running out of money. It is still quite close between these players. But again, Raynor, he has Broodlords, he has Infestors, Ultras. He has the higher tech army right now. Doesn't have the best economy. No one does. But it's better than that of Hero, and that's all that matters right now. Hero, he needs time. But Raynor should not allow a 5th base to get up and running. The win condition for Raynor is just deny the 5th. Over and over again, just deny the 5th base as often as possible. And contain Hero. And again, Hero was so close to winning this game. Was a little bit too tentative at times, though. Did allow Raynor to remax. Was maybe a little bit overconfident. Maybe thought he was further ahead than he was. As Raynor, he's trying to sneak out that gold. Moving over towards the left-hand side. Broodlords have arrived. Now, this is going to be a pretty intense moment here. Whoever wins this fight will not just preserve their base, but will also get their opponents. The Fungal! The Fungal does connect. A Lord Stalker is going to be going down. We have 2 more Fungals left in the chamber. 2 more Fungals available. Again, if Raynor loses these Broodlords, then Hero, if he cleans up this army, he can push towards the gold. Likewise, Raynor, he has to break this position to break this base. Big Storm! Massive Storm on the army. Lings are coming in for a surround. Storm grazes the Lings, but it looks like there are just too many Ultras. Too many Ultras here, not enough Immortals. The Archons go down, and Raynor, he has done it! He's broken through the army. He will break this base. And Raynor, oh, he's looking happy. He knows he's done it. GG gets called. And Raynor, he fights back. He was up against the wall. Things were looking dire for Raynor, but a big smile of relief there as Raynor ties up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. Oh my god. That was very close. Again, Raynor, he was so patient with how he was building up his Corruptors, rebuilding his Corruptors, I should say, preserving his units. And there should have been a little bit more urgency there out of Hero. He had momentum, he was breaking through, but it did take quite some time to actually push in and deal critical damage. So a rough loss there for Hero, despite how good things were looking for him. And we have a back and forth. We have a series. We have a series on our hands here. We're going to game 3. Let's go. Let us go. Oh. Here we go here as... Yeah, again, in that game, Hero, he had quite a lead. He had a pretty big advantage available to him, but he just wasn't quite able to break through. Again, time was working against him in a way, especially because he had no economy, right? If Hero had a 5th behind it, then sure, right? Like, you can take your time, you can, like, pick away at these bases, one after the other. But because Hero lost his 5th base to the run-by, didn't have the economic lead behind it. Like, he didn't have as much of an advantage as he should have. And with that, Raynor, he survives. Takes game 2, and we're getting into a back and forth here. The next game going to be on Hecate. Hecate is going to be up next, followed by Alcyone, Solaris, Oceanborn, and Side Delta. We spoke about it. The vetoes have been pretty standard overall, and it's great to see a different style out of Hero. This was wild, by the way. To wind it back, especially if you just tuned in, it was Vanilla Adept Opener into AK Charge into Skytoss. Like, we raced our way into Skytoss very quickly for Hero, and it almost worked. Did almost work. Oh. Did almost work here, as it does look like we maybe going on a bit of a... Yeah, it looks like the reason why the cameras are off is we're going on a short break here. Gonna be going on a short break, which makes sense. It was a really intense game. Oh. But our players, we're coming back, man. We're coming back. Hero's smiling. Let's go. Our players, they needed a moment to themselves to set things up before we get into game number 3. Let's go. Could just taking the base on the left-hand side where his army is. Yeah, I do think that would have been a wiser choice, is if he expanded behind his army instead of being forced to, like, delay his expansion and rotate over as well. There's definitely other avenues that he could have taken when it came to actually securing that 5th base and not being as all in. As Hero was kind of forced all in because his economy was crippled, because his 5th base did go down. But alas, you know, we're gonna have to shake off that previous game. We're getting into game number 3. Again, our players ready to duke it out here. The pressure is on. As a reminder, this is the lower bracket finals. The winner of this series advances on to the grand finals to face off against Serral. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have Raynor for Basilisk. And in the top right, we have his opponent. We have, for CranKy Gaming, Hero. Here we go. And we are tied up 1-1. Plenty of games ahead of us. Best of 7. Bear that in mind. I am ready for it. As here we go. Raynor, for the first time this series, not going for a 15-15. Let's go. Going for a standard hatch gas pool opener from the side of Raynor. Meanwhile, Hero back at home, going for his gate expand as well. We're going to be loading into Hecate. When it comes to some of the features of this map, the rush distance by ground is actually quite short. Very short rush distance by ground. If you were here earlier, we casted Dark versus Hero in the lower bracket semifinals, and Dark was able to take a game off of Hero on this map with a Roach Queen all-in. It took Hero a little bit too long to realize what was happening, and by the time he did, Dark was already more than halfway across the map. He was able to catch Hero with his pants down and able to pull off the all-in. I'm sure Hero is wary of that now, as he did play that just before this series. So I'm sure that's going to be in the back of his mind. Likewise, another feature here of this map is that when it comes to a more mid-game scenario, the bases here are quite they're quite heavily defended. They're quite heavily fortified here, especially the 3-base setup, even towards the 4-base setup. With all the ramps, with all the points of elevation, it can be quite difficult to really assert yourself. As a result, we have seen quite a lot of late game here on Hecate. A lot of longer games. We could be headed in that direction, but if you remember, Hero isn't really fond of that. He's a very aggressive player here. He wants to be in your face. Wants to be on top of you. Speaking of being in your face, there it is. That is not a Stargate. We have a Twilight Council opener. Oh boy, a much more aggressive build here out of Hero. Again, because of the map, because of the shorter rush distance by ground, does make sense. It is going to get across the map that much faster. We'll keep an eye on the gases. This could be a Glaive Adept opener again, or it could even be DTs. As you see those gases though, we have pulled out. This looks to be at least 4 Gate Glaive Adepts. 4 Gate Glaive Adepts. Now, if you're just tuning in now, and if you missed out on Game 1, Hero did win off of Glaive Adepts. He popped off, he pulled Raynor apart, he did a crippling amount of damage with his Glaive Adepts, and he followed it up with Disruptors, with Disruptor drops. And Hero was able to snowball out of control on hard lead, if I recall correctly. So we'll see if he can have as much success here in Game 3 on Hecate. The Glaives, they've already worked once in this series. Can they work again? Now, as a reminder, this is not all in. It is only 4 Gate Glaive Adepts. From here, we can transition. We can head towards a 3rd base. We could even go for Disruptors as a follow-up, just like we saw previously. Or we could even go into Immortals. Again, the purpose of that is to be able to survive against the Roach counterattack. Speaking of, very early Roach Warren. Going to be a 3-minute 40-ish or 3:35 Roach Warren timing. Very safe. Very safe play here from Raynor. He is aware that Warp Gate was not delayed. He's aware it is a Twilight Council opener. He's aware it's not a Stargate. So very safe play here out of Raynor. He will have access to Roaches very early on. Ooh, and we're doubling down. It is not Glaive Adepts into Disruptors. It's Glaive Adepts into Dark Templar. We have pulled back into gas. That's the big tell. And we're doubling down on aggression. Now, Raynor has to be very careful. Now, what I'm afraid of is that, again, Hero has already gone Glaive Adepts against Raynor in this series, which means Raynor may skip the Spores. And if he skips the Spores, those Dark Templar, they're going to pop off. They're going to get so much damage done here if Raynor skips out on them. The Adepts, they're merely the first round. They're merely a distraction. There we go. Spores are on the way, thankfully. We have 1 Spore in production. I believe it's at the natural location to cover the natural and the main. We'll see if more Spores get thrown down. Yeah, there we go. It's in the natural mineral line. 2nd Spore on the way. It looks like the 2nd Spore is in the main. This 3rd base is exposed, which means if DTs arrive, they can securely kill the hatchery. They can kill the 3rd, and that is going to be good enough. Meanwhile, Adepts, they come into the shade. Ooh, we shade into the middle line. Lings, they were in position. The Prism gets focused down as well. Big blunder there from Hero. Big overextension. And where are the DTs? They cannot be warped in. Not anymore. The Prism has to be rebuilt, and that 3rd base should be dead. It should be going down to the DTs. Not anymore. As Raynor shuts him down. Keeps up with the shades. Forces a recall. Only 2 drones fall. A very clean defense here from Raynor. Very clean. And Hero's in a lot of trouble. Hero's in a lot of trouble right now. He's going double Stargate as a follow-up. The Prism was rebuilt. There's still no Spore at that third, but now there's a Spore on the way. The opportunity that these Dark Templar had isn't there anymore. It's not there, not anymore. Hero in a lot of trouble now. He had so much potential with this opener, but yeah, again, did fall by the wayside. DTs are coming in, but there's a Spore in every single base. There's Roaches lying in wait as well. Ooh, one DT goes down. Big pick off. Only 3 Dark Templar left. And we're going double Stargate Phoenix. So we're going Mass Phoenix behind this. There's a lot of potential. Phoenixes, they can gain a lot of value. They can gain map control, shut down overlords, pick off high-tech units. There is potential with Phoenixes. But they have been revealed already. Big scout here at Arena. Gets into the main base, and he gets eyes on everything in the main. I like this out of Hero, though. So he reveals Phoenixes. He cancels his upcoming Phoenixes, and he's going into Void Rays instead. Void Rays on the way. Unfortunately for Hero, Raynor, he's going into Hydras. Hydra's going to be the transition point here for Raynor, which can do well against most things in the air, outside of carriers, of course, and Tempest. We don't have to worry about that yet. Not for the time being, as Hero is going for some Archon drop harass towards the main. +1 air attack on the way. Forge, Void Rays are amassing. And again, we'll see what Hero can get done here. He picks off a couple of Lings, which is nice. But he's looking for, ideally, Overlords, Queens, Drones. That's what he's looking for. Meanwhile, Raynor, he's happily mining on 3 bases. He's on 68 workers. Raynor looking very comfortable. Hero does have map control, but Raynor, he's just amassing Roach Hydra. And honestly, the eventual push that Raynor's going for could just end the game. The Roach Hydra army could just get out of control. Hero, Void Rays, they're not going to help too much against that kind of composition. They can help against the Roaches, maybe a little bit less against the Hydras. Yeah, Fleet Beacon's on the way for eventual carrier transition. 3rd Stargate as well. And Raynor is pushing. He is moving out. He has Roaches, Hydras. We have a couple of Queens to support. Hero, he does see the army. But just because he sees doesn't mean he can defend. It's going to be a tight hold here. We have cannons on the way. Shield batteries overcharge. Hero consolidating his entire army to hold on. And can he hold? If he can somehow survive this, then maybe we can make a game out of this. The Prism! No! The Prism goes down once again. The Archons fall as well. Void Ray does crumble, and Raynor, he's snowballing a bit out of control here. He can bypass the 3rd. He can go straight for the natural. Additional Void Rays are amassing. We do hit that natural base. The Cyber Core is exposed as well, and +1 is barely denied. At the same time, Hero going for a big counterattack. He's got Glaive Adepts across the map. They're getting damage done, but can Hero hold against the main army? Can he survive this? That doesn't look like he can. He is getting a lot of damage done across the map, to be fair. He is killing a lot of drones, but he's also losing a lot of probes. His natural has been broken, has been compromised. We have some DTs. No detection. Uh-oh. No detection is available, but 21 probes go down. The Adepts across the map, they're getting some damage done, but good defense here out of Raynor. Avoids an adverse disaster. Losing only 3 drones. Yeah, we have plenty of units back at home to defend. Very clean defense here once again from Raynor. Only 3 drones go down. And Hero, he's barely holding on. We have a 4th on the way. Oh, Phoenixes are being called out, and Raynor, he can just keep on pushing, dives on forward into that 3rd. Cannon's going to be falling, and there's just nothing to stop this death ball of an army. Void Rays are being thwarted by Queens. And Raynor is looking to take a lead in this series. He's looking to get ahead here against Hero. Something that Dark wasn't quite able to do. But we're on a GG gets called. Raynor takes a 2-1 lead in this best of 7. GG, well played. Hero having a really rough start in that game. Remember, he opened up Glaive Adepts, which were doing okay for themselves, into Dark Templar. And as the Dark Shrine was finishing, Hero lost his War Prism. He lost the War Prism, couldn't make any Dark Templar whatsoever. He had to rebuild, and as he had rebuilt that Prism, then Raynor had detection everywhere he needed. It just took far too long for the DTs to come into play because of that dead Prism, and yeah, Hero, he just fell further and further behind. His opener fell in its face, didn't kill enough drones. A really solid defense there out of Raynor. And yeah, Hero did slip up a little bit too. Did slip up at just the wrong moment there. At the most crucial moment, he needed to keep that War Prism alive. And with that, Raynor takes a lead. Does take a lead here in this series. Again, you can glaive adept him once, but not twice, puppy, not twice. As he does redeem himself here in game 3. And now we're getting into game number 4 here, Alcyone, a much larger map. Very large map here for game number 4, known for its macro play. But I wonder how Hero will approach this. I wonder if Raynor is tempted by the gold. Last time we spawned into this map, it was Dark versus Hero and Alcyone, and Dark took the gold base as his natural, and he was abused for it. Dark, he was punished so hard for rushing into that gold. Hero was all over Dark. Raynor, is he tempted? Is he tempted to take the gold base, or will we see a standard opener out of Raynor? Here we go. So we are loading in and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. We have Raynor for Basilisk. And in the top right, we have his opponent. We have Hero for CranKy Gaming. Raynor reverting back to what he is known for, going for a 15 hatch into a 15 spawning pool. Very safe opener here out of Raynor. Ooh. This Hero is going to be zooming across the map very quickly here, going for a pylon scout. And despite the 15-15, oh my god, just in time. There we go. We do get that hatchery up and running. Raynor behind this going for his 15 spawning pool. And Hero has his standard opener as well. Here we go. So a bit of a safer opener out of Raynor, standard opener out of Hero. As we ease into this. And again, Raynor, he is not tempted to take the gold. He is not quite like Dark in that sense. So we are getting a much more standard opener as a result. And how will Hero approach this in game number 4? Now, again, while Twilight Council openers and Glaive Adepts are that much weaker on Alcyone just because of the rush distance by ground, it takes so much longer to get across the map, to reinforce, to apply pressure. So we should most likely be seeing a Stargate opener. Now, we have seen Classic embrace Stargate opener into Void Ray into Skytoss quite often on Alcyone. Just because of how large this map is, you can get away with some kind of greedy play like that. I'm curious if Hero is tempted or if Hero takes a different approach. We shall see. Again, Stargate opener will make no sense. Pylon gets thrown down. The pylon is right next to the edge of the main base, so poise for a Stargate. Poise for an Oracle. As Hero does confirm the lack of additional gases, the lack of fast Roach Warren or Baleen Nest. Hero just making sure that Raynor is playing standard, that Raynor isn't going for any kind of Ling Flood or Roach Rush. And there's that Stargate as we mentioned. Stargate is on the way. And again, based on its positioning, it should be an Oracle first as well, but we'll keep an eye on Hero. As we're easing into a pretty standard game so far. Now again, Hero, he's known for his aggression, he's known for his multitasking and his ability to just pull apart his opponent. Raynor, though, also a very fast player. So we'll see if that multitasking is put to the test. As the Adeptus is going to be shading across the map. And we're soon to see our unit of choice. Now, likewise, he has to be very careful. And, ooh, it is going to be a Void Ray first. Let's go. I'm excited to see what comes from this as well. The Adept's going to be threatening a Shade, doesn't commit. Now, I did just mention, as a Ling gets in, gets a free scout of the Stargate of the Void Ray first. Now, as I did mention, when it comes to this Void Ray opener, Classic, very fond of going Void Ray into shutting down these Overlords, into second Stargate, into Skytoss, into rushing into Tempest specifically, or even Carriers. He does both from time to time. There's potential for that from Hero. He could even go into a Twilight Council follow-up into Glaive Adepts. That is another viable option for Hero as well, just because Raynor's in the dark. Like, again, this Void Ray does deny so much vision, so much scouting from Raynor. Hero can do anything under the sun, and Raynor would have no idea. As the Overlord is hunted down. Meanwhile, third base is on the way. Adept's going to be threatening a Shade towards the main, towards the natural. Just some Lings in position. We do not commit to the Shade, as the Adepts are going to be coming back home, preserving that base, and we have our answer. We have a Twilight Council on the way, alongside a Forge. Okay, so this should not be Glaive Adepts. As I say that, I think we have seen Hero go Glaives with +1 before, but oh, that's double Forge. Oh my god. Very greedy here. Hero going double Forge into 1/1. This should lead into eventually Charge into a very gateway heavy composition here. Very interesting out of Hero. Not orthodox whatsoever. Fun fact, it was 3 days ago that we saw Hero go triple Forge. It was on Oceanborn. He died horribly. It was not a pretty sight. But here we see only 2 Forges, thankfully, not going triple Forge. And it is going to be Blink. Blink initially on the way. But again, these upgrades are going to hit quite hard. 2/2 is going to be a big timing for Hero as well. And again, I'm pretty sure after Blink, we will commit into Charge, into, again, a very ground-oriented army. Very gateway-centric. 3 more gates on the way. I believe that's going to be 5 gates in total. Wait, no, sorry. 4 gates in total. We did only have 1. Oracle's getting across the map. We're going to get a couple of drones. Not bad. 4 workers go down. Good damage is dealt. Oracle's going to be backing up for a moment, as Raynor's still just focusing on his economy, building up his drone count, working towards Lair. Roach Warren is done, plus on melee on the way. Things looking pretty normal from the side of Raynor. So we do have a bit of a gateway explosion. We had 4, now it's going to be 6 gates. 6 gates in total here for Hero. Pretty hefty amounts. This does tell us that Hero wants to be in the face of Raynor. It does mean that once the gateway is finished, we're going to be warping in some Stalkers, and we are going to be pushing out. We will be moving out. As, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that's 2 more gateways thrown down. And here comes the Bay. Yeah, 2 more gateways have been thrown down. The Bay is on the way. It's going to be Lingbane, Roach Ravager out of Raynor. And again, we're going to be hyper aggressive here once we get into these Stalkers from Hero. He has the Oracles to support, the Void Ray as well. Prism is in production. We are soon pushing out. So this is going to be pretty intense. It's going to be 8 gateways here for Hero. Prism has arrived. Ooh, bit of an overextension. Oracle does go down. As we did mention, this is a very gateway-centric style. As soon as Blink finishes, bam, Charge is on the way alongside 2/2. So very aggressive here out of Hero. With the completion of that Robotics Bay, I imagine we're going to be getting to Colossus. I imagine. Lings have been found. Good cleanup here by Hero. Shaves off a lot of Lings. And we're just waiting for Hero to move out. I assumed that he was going to be hitting a timing with 1/1 and Blink, but that is not the case. Hero, he skips his warp in. He skips a warp in and is going for a 4th base instead and working towards Colossus production. So yeah, only a light commitment here from Hero, as he's taking up even further. Denying some of this creep. Is reinforcing on the right hand side. Blinking over the wall here, does get eyes on the gold base. Ooh, and he is looking to deny that gold again. Very limited crease threat here from Raynor. Very nice movement out of Hero. He will push forward and he will deny this base, or at least he's trying to. One more volley. Ooh, does force a cancel. Good moves here out of Hero. He blinks over the wall, gets on top of the queens, but there are Lings lying in wait. Lings, they get us around here on these Stalkers. Where are the Oracles? The Colossus, as the Colossus does rally a little bit too far out, in a lot of trouble. A lot of Stalkers going to be going down, but good positioning here from Hero. Lings coming in for us around, and we force a recall. Yeah, very chaotic engagement there out of Hero. Does bleed out a bit too much. A lot of Stalkers go down. At the same time, Zealot run by on the left-hand side, and at least he saves the Colossus. Colossus is saved. Raynor, he shuts down the Zealots. Will forces back. And even though Raynor lost his gold, that is true, he's still on a pretty good worker count. He has a booming economy, 87 drones. We have the Hive done, Vipers on the way, Ultras as well. Raynor macroing up very nicely behind this. He's been left alone. Again, I assumed that Hero would have been more active, but he wasn't. He just moved out with +2, denied the gold. Now he's working on +3. His upgrades are on point, don't get me wrong. His upgrades are insane, but he has no map control. So Raynor is freely expanding, and Hero is transitioning into Skytoss. We're getting into late game. We are getting into a longer game here. So the game is going to be settling down. We're basically cutting the map in half. Raynor just mass expanding, taking his 5th and his 6th base at the same time. Working towards Ultras, working towards 3-3. Hero stuck at home, working towards Skytoss. Now, the reality is that Raynor is maxing out first. Raynor, he's maxing first here. Not with the most efficient army, but he can start being aggressive. He can look to deny the gold before Hero has Skytoss. And speaking of, the gold base has been scouted, and Raynor is here. Raynor, he has arrived. He has the Vipers at the same time. Big lane run by. Oh my god. The wall is not a wall. The Lings, they flood into the natural. We pull back the army of Hero. At the same time, we threaten to push towards the gold. And Banelings, they get into the mineral line. Probes, they're going to be going down. Big connections. 16 probes go down. At the same time, we collapse on the army. Colossus goes down. A big pick off. And Hero, he's being pulled apart again. There's this big window, this big timing before Hero can get into Skytoss. And again, it does feel like Hero wanted to be aggressive earlier, but just wasn't able to. These upgrade timings, we haven't been able to do anything with them. The Gateway Explosion, likewise, wasn't able to do anything with that either. Which means the Skytoss transition is delayed. +1 air attack does finish. We're not quite committing into carriers. We're still focused on the ground army instead. Morphing in more High Templar. Hero is pushing. But did take a big blow to his economy. He has a handful of storms. Some of his army does get caught out. Brutal position there for Hero. He gets High Templar, Archon, a couple of Stalkers. Free units there for Raynor as he collapses in this position. Comes in for a surround. Big blinding cloud. The storms, they tickle the Ultras. As we collapse on this position, we yoink another Archon. There's one Colossus left, and it's going to go down as well. Yeah, Hero forced into a really awkward push. At the same time, big lane counterattack gets into a mineral line. 11 probes go down. And Hero, he's in a lot of trouble. The High Templar. Looks like we're barely going to force back the army. We force back the Ultras. And Raynor, the problem here is that Raynor, his economy's been untouched. His economy has been untouched. No drones have fallen in quite some time. So Raynor is going to be able to remax instantly on more Ultras. I also appreciate that Raynor, he already has a Spire and he's working on +1 air attack. He's getting ready for Skytoss. He already saw the Fleet Beacon. Meanwhile, Hero, he's doubling down on Archon Immortal. Doubling down to try to deal with these Ultras. But alas, Raynor has already remaxed. Good Baneling connections. They connect with the Zealots. Zealot's going to be going down. And Raynor, he pushes towards the gold base. Yeah, just too many Ultras. He breaks through, gets into the mineral line. The army of Hero being forced further and further back. He just doesn't have enough momentum. Not anymore. And again, the build here of Hero in this game, it did read like he wanted to be aggressive earlier, but was just... yeah, stopped at every turn, did pull himself back. did transition to a longer game, but just wasn't quite set up for it. And this base is gonna fall. Not just the base, 22 probes, 22 workers go down, 6 more ultras on the way. And here he's being pulled apart. Being pulled apart completely here. We yoink the Immortals. Good juggling. Good juggling there. Good save from Hero. But he saves the Immortals. He won't save the base. That's going to be 48. 48. 52. 54 probes going down. You don't want to be a worker. Not in this game. You don't want to be a probe. Not in this game. As we take down the 4th. Hero knocked down to 3 bases. Knocked down to only 3. And Raynor, he's just been happily mining this entire... He's been chilling. Again, his base is untouched. Big contamination on the robo, delaying any kind of immortal production. And Raynor, he has remaxed once again. GG gets called. The writing was on the wall. And Raynor will take a 3-1 lead in this series in the lower bracket finals. Uno más. One more is all he needs to advance on to the grand finals to face off against Cero. GG, well played. Again, that was a really weird playstyle out of Hero. Again, a lot of what he was doing did feel like he wanted to hit certain timing attacks, whether it was 1-1, 2-2, or even 3-3 towards the end. The gateway explosion as well. You don't make 10 gateways. I mean, sorry, not 10. You don't make 8 gateways. It was 8 gateways initially. You don't go 8 gateways with a 1-1 Blinkstalker timing and not make use of it, right? Like, he was very passive. The only time Hero moved out was to deny the goal base. And to be fair, when he did deny the goal base, it was a bit of a botched attack. If you remember, he was caught out, he was surrounded, he misrouted his Colossus, and he did lose a lot of Stalkers. It's very possible that basically with that first push, when he did lose half of his Stalkers, that took so much momentum away from him. He knew that he had just lost too much control there, that he had to be more passive and more defensive. And against a player like Raynor, if you make a mistake like that, you can't really fight for that control again. So yeah, that first attack from Hero, it was brutal, did lose a lot of Stalkers, and from that moment, Raynor had control of the game. And here we go, we're getting into game number 5. And in the bottom left, we have Raynor. In the top right, we have Hero for DKZ. Here we go. And we'll see how Hero does adjust here, because he's up against the wall. One more win is all that Raynor needs. Hero needs to win 2 games in a row to force the ace match. Needs to win 3 games in a row to win the entire series. Oh boy. Boy, here we go. Probe has arrived, going to be forcing the unnatural natural. We are loading into Solaris of all maps, and again, Solaris is quite an interesting map here. Does have a lot of bases, that's true. A lot of bases can be taken, but the rush distance by ground can be quite short as well because of those speed zones. As a result, we have seen many a queen all in on Solaris. Is Raynor, now that he's on match point, do we take a risk? Do we be aggressive? Are we the ones to go all in this time instead? Curious. I'm curious here. Again, like, I do think that Raynor may as well just rely on his strengths here, and something that has been working quite well for him is just being the defender initially. Clearly, Hero wants to be in his face, so just be the defender, wait for the eventual aggression, shut it down, and then counterattack. It may be wise here not to be the initiator in this matchup. But we'll see. We'll see how Raynor does approach this. Likewise, we'll see what Hero's build is going to be. He's been mixing it up a little bit. If you remember last game, he did go for a Void Ray first. Went for a Void Ray first into Double Forge. Here in game number 5, what do we got? Meanwhile, Raynor rocking out to his Italian rap. Let's go! The head was bobbing, pal. And it is a Stargate opener. Now, again, we have seen different opener or different variations of this from Hero so far this series. We've seen Oracle first into Triple Oracle. We've seen Void Ray first. We've seen Oracle into Void Ray as well. So we'll see what we go for. As for the time being, we do have our first adept moving out across the map, trying to get a read on what's going on. Once again, trying to get a scout off, making sure that Raynor doesn't cheese him, making sure that Raynor doesn't come in with a hidden roach warren, extra gases. Ooh, big delay here on the third. Very nice pick up from Hero. Raynor not quite in position, and with his third base is going to be quite delayed. So a nice start from Hero. Does kill the drone. Does delay the third even further. Probe is making his way back home. Hero just camping that third base location, and we are going for an Oracle first. Oracle opener here out of Hero. And we're going to be committing 2 additional Oracles, so it's going to be triple Oracle opener into a third base. Very standard game here from Hero. Nothing too crazy, nothing too out of the norm. And again, we'll see if Hero can make something happen here. Raynor going for a roach warren. Uh-oh. That is a 4-minute roach warren, and we can get into that as the Oracle does get into the main base. 3 drones go down. Good damage dealt here by Hero, but this is a very early roach warren. This would be a standard roach warren timing if it was a Twilight Council opener. As I say that, did we cancel? Wait, was I seeing things? I swear we had a roach warren in production, but looks like we do cancel. Okay. We're calming things down. The Oracle, it comes in. We get another couple of drones here. 5, 6 workers go down. Now, if we had allowed that roach warren to finish, that would have been leading into a roach queen all-in. Would have been an all-in out of Raynor, but I believe he did cancel the roach warren upon seeing the Oracle, and we're going into an Evo chamber instead. Standard play out of Raynor. Meanwhile, Hero behind this going for his third base into a Twilight Council, into a Forge, into +1, and I imagine Blink. Adepts have arrived. 4 adepts here with the Oracles. We take down a Tumor. Tumor goes down. We threaten the mineral lines as well. So far, good damage out of Hero. He's killed 6 drones. We'll see if he can keep it up and get a couple more workers here as we shade towards the main. Lings are in position. +1 melee on the way. Raynor in the beginnings of Lingbane Roach Ravager. Ooh, good positioning with the Oracle, sorry, with the Spore as well. As we get 2 more drones, 8 in total. But this is still acceptable damage here as Raynor is able to recover and redrone. Oh, as Hero being active once again denies even more mining here in the main. Gets another 3 drones. Oh, it's Raynor. As Raynor does misclick and panic a little bit there. There we go. He does notice what's going on. Lair is on the way. Does keep his spawning pool alive. And just making sure it's in line. So Raynor a little bit flustered from the Oracle aggression. Behind us, we have +1. We have Blink on the way. Prism as well to reinforce. And we have a couple of extra gateways being thrown down. I believe that's going to be 7 gates in total. 7 gateways here from Hero is going to be moving out. Did I say 7? I believe that's an 8th gateway on the way. And this time, Hero is going to be committing. This time, he's going to be pushing with his Blink Stalkers. I believe he should. But now, Adepts are moving out. We're waiting for Blink and +1 to finish before we can be active. We are waiting for those upgrades to kick in. As Hero, he's trying to be in the face of Raynor as much as he can. Oracles, they come in from the right-hand side. We pick off a Queen. We pick off a couple of drones. Very nice damage here from from Hero. Retaining those Oracles, and they're building up when it comes to how much value they've gotten here over the course of this game. Stalkers are massive. Oh my god, look at the traits! 14 drones in total. Nothing has died so far for Hero. Very nicely done here. As he's pushing right through the center. We spoke about it. 8 gateways are done. We have Mass Blink Stalker, and this is what I was expecting out of Alkione. If you go for a gateway explosion, we expect a Stalker army, and here it is. We knocked down some of the Queens. We knocked down some of the Lings. Raynor, he's in some trouble. Hero taking a massive supply lead, and Raynor, he's woefully underprepared. This hatchery, it's going to be going down. We snipe the 4th. We snipe the 3rd. We dive on top of the army as well. We focus down another Queen. And there are just not enough Stalkers. Sorry, there are just not enough Roaches. Not enough Roaches, not enough Ravagers. Not enough of a Zerg army. We're going for a big wave of reinforcements. And Hero, he dives on top of it. He knows he has a massive advantage. And Hero, we're fighting back. The boys are being pulled in a moment of desperation. But GG gets called. And Hero, he fights back, putting another point on the board. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, this is what I expected to happen on Alcyonic. Where we commit to 8 gateways and we actually warp in some Stalkers. We actually commit to the upgrade timing, and Hero was able to catch Raynor being a little bit too greedy, working on a 4th base, droning up. Not just that, but losing too many workers as well. Hero did an amazing job at harassing. We saw it there in the units lost tab, where Hero had killed 14 drones and so many lings and hadn't lost a single unit. So very nice control there out of Hero. And oh my god, Raynor's gone full mad scientist. He's so, like, the hair is getting out of control, Papi. Marty, we have to go back to the future. What's happening? Are we going back to the future? Or are we going Super Saiyan right now? What is happening with Raynor as he's going to be getting into game number 6? Next map, Oceanborn. Let's go. Let's go, Papi. Oceanborn is going to be coming up next. Another smaller map, shorter rush distance by ground. We'll see if we can make some magic happen here. Can Raynor win this? Again, he still is on match point. Still needs one more to take it all. And here in the bottom right-hand corner, we have Raynor for Basilisk. And in the top left, we have for Dragon Kaiser Gaming, it is Hero. Raynor going for a 15-15. Going for a 15-15 opener here. Very safe opener out of Raynor. Meanwhile, Hero going for a standard opener himself. Going for a standard opener. And again, Hero needs to win one more to force the ace match. To force a game 7. And again, this could still go either way. I do appreciate that Hero was more decisive. He was much more decisive in that last game. The Hero that we know and love. And we'll see if he can bring it back here. Once again, look at a fake out of Cannon Rush. We saw this in game number 1, fun fact of this series. So Raynor, we'll see how hard he commits to this. Last time he pulled, I want to say 5 drones. This time only 2. A very light commitment here. Raynor, he's calling Hero's bluff. And Hero should be canceling that pylon. And Raynor should be feeling much better about this. To wind it back if you weren't here for it. In game 1, Hero faked out a Cannon Rush and Raynor overreacted. He reacted so hard to the fake Cannon Rush. This time, again, he knows better. Raynor, he knows better. As we're easing into Oceanborn. We are going to be easing into it. Behind this, the natural base is getting saturated. Likewise, Hero taking his own expansion as well. He is taking his own expansion, and we have our tech of choice. Stargate once again. Going to be a Stargate open out of Hero. Should be Oracle, but again, Void Rays are also on the table for Hero. Every now and then he likes to mix in some Phoenixes, which we haven't seen yet tonight, but is possible. As we are going to be pulling back. Are going to be pulling back here, and we've yet to really commit here to our unit of choice yet. We have a couple of reps being active, taking map control away from here, away from Raynor, shutting down these lings, down, and moving across the map. As it is going to be an Oracle first. Okay, we have our answer. It's going to be an Oracle opener here at a Hero. Should be triple Oracle leading into a 3rd base. When it comes to Oceanborn, similar to Hecate, for example, we have seen quite a lot of devastating Queen Roach roll-ins on this map as well. But again, Raynor, I don't know if he has to take that risk, right? He's leading the series. He's one game away from winning it all. Do we risk it all in? Do we just try to play reactively instead? That is the question. As Udeps, they are being forced out of the main base. Link speed not quite done. Remember, it was a 15-15 opener, which means link speed is delayed. Delayed link speed. No denial or no punishment for those Adepts, as they will be able to waddle back home. And Hero can safely expand. He can safely expand and then transition out of this into his next form of tech. Oracles are moving out. Going to be threatening the main base. As we saw in the previous game, these Oracles, they can wreak havoc. They can pop off. And they do slip into the main base. One worker goes down. Oh, almost a second. Good reaction out of Raynor. Ooh, and we deal a lot of damage to that Oracle. Hero taking a lot of hits, forced further back into the corner of the map. Can we free that Oracle? We have 3 Adepts on the ground. We have a second Oracle moving out. We have our transition. +1 and blink once again. Oh, as the Lings, they catch the Adepts. Big moment here for Raynor. He will get a kill on one of them. And will force the other 2 back home. Oh, the other 1 back home. Okay, really good cleanup there out of Raynor. Very nicely done. Very nicely done here. As Hero behind this, gonna try and work on the next step. Getting into 4 gateways. The Oracles haven't been as successful this time for Hero. Nowhere near as successful. Adepts, they're threading a shade here. Towards the right hand side. And my mistake, I assumed it was going to be +1 and blink, but no, it's going to be +1 and charge out of Hero. Pulling back here on charge. Remember, this is how he was able to bring down Dark. With 3 base 8 gate charge. Do we see the same here against Raynor? We haven't seen it yet this series. Not yet. But this could be it. And for now, he's on 4 gates. Ling trying to get a scout off. Oracles are moving out. And we have additional gateways on the way. Oh, with the Templar Archives alongside it, to be fair. Interesting. Stay strapped into the natural. Good reaction. Good reaction there from Raynor. Meanwhile, big gateway explosion going to be, there we go, 4 more gates. 8 gates in total for Hero. So it's going to be 8 gate +1 in charge. This is how he was able to bring down Dark in that previous series multiple times. Basically the build that had one Hero this series against Dark. We'll see how well it works here against Raynor. Oh my god, we have more gates. We have more gates on the way, Pat. Ooh, big stage trap here towards the 3rd. Massive connection there, catching most of those drones. And we are getting ready for our push. We have a couple of Archons here to harass. And we should be building up a Zealot army. Now, Raynor is teching, which is a little bit concerning here. Raynor, he's droning up to 80 as well. Droning up to 80, teching up towards Infestation Pit, Bailey Nest, soon to be a Hive. Raynor has been quite greedy here. Stasis Trap, gonna be going up in the main. Oracles head towards the 4th base as well, but ooh, they are forced back, and here comes a massive wave of Zealots. Archons are revealed. Raynor, his army, looking quite small. Again, Raynor, has he been too greedy? Is he caught with his pants down? Lings, they coming from behind. Do get a nice surround here on the Archons. There are enough roaches as well, and we will clean this up. It was only a single wave of Stalkers. Stalkers? Single wave of Zealots, and it just was not enough. Hero gets forced back. And this is a good moment for Raynor. He's still droning. Droning up to over 80. Oh my god. 87 drones here for Raynor. Hive is on the way. And that was a rough start for Hero. Like, Hero ideally wanted to snowball out of control with this, but the first Zealot push fell on its face. Only the Archon survived. Hero is working on a 4th as we speak, but soon, Raynor's about to max out. He has hit critical mass of droning. He has 84 workers, and now Raynor, he's making nothing but army. Lings, Banelings, Roaches, Ravagers. Raynor, in a couple of seconds, is about to max out. And when he moves out across the map, can Hero survive? Ooh, big supply block though. Big supply block here for Raynor that is slowing him down. That is giving Hero more time. And he needs that time. Does need more time here. We are building up Archons, Immortals. Storm is on the way. Hero going to be the first to move out, actually. He's going to be the first to push. Runs into the roaches. Lings are amassing as we speak. Raynor going for a big Ling counterattack here, and there's not much at home to defend. Oh, not much back at home. Shield battery going to be focused down. We force a recall. Yeah, massive recall here, slowing down the push as we take down all the stack defense. And Raynor's maxed. Raynor, he's maxed out. 200 supply. Storm still halfway done. And Hero, he's stuck at home. Now, he is building up a death ball of an army. To be fair, like, we've got a lot of Immortals, a lot of Archons, and Storm does add so much more complexity to this army as well. But Raynor's in control. You know, he's maxed. He's getting ready for a double-pronged attack. He has Lingbane on the right. He has Lingbane Roach Ravager towards the left. Lings have been revealed. Hero is distracted, going to be dragging his attention away towards the right-hand side. At the same time, Hero, he crashes into his Zealots, will shut them down. The High Templar not in position. The Banelings, they roll into the mineral line, and it looks like probes are going to fall. At the same time, Raynor comes in from the right as well, pulling Hero apart. Big storm on the Banelings, but we get 13, 14 probes, and we're going to get even more at the third. Big connections. 26 probes go down. Hero's economy has been crippled. We gotta go. We have to send it right through the center. We have to go for the push. Nice stasis trap. Hero, he is committed with this army. Raynor remaxing with more Lings, more Roaches. Oracle's gonna be going down. You can see Raynor going for another run by. This hatchery will fall. Raynor, he gets in. The wall is not a wall. The Lings, they get into the main base. And Raynor, he's a little bit more time for these Banelings to finish. Oh, as we get some big storms on the Banelings. Massive connections. At the same time, reinforcements are getting caught out. And Raynor is pulling back. He's pulling back. Waiting for his reinforcements. Waiting for more Roaches. 20 Lings in production. And do we have any storms? It looks like we might have one. Not even. Yes, High Templar, they're coming in to reinforce. Lings from behind. Oh my god. He almost collapsed on those High Templar. Hero, he did snipe one base. He's going for another. He's going for the fourth base here of Raynor. Big storm here on the army, but that was the final storm. That's all we had left. There's still a lot of Archons available. A lot of Archons. Is it barely enough? The Queens are coming in. Clutch Transfuse as well. The base does fall. 10 drones as well. But this is it. This is the final army of a Hero. A handful of Archons, a handful of Immortals does warp in a wave of reinforcements. Zealots are coming in. Again, Hero, he's so all in with this. It's all or nothing. Raynor still has a 20 drone lead. But it looks like we may have enough. It looks like Hero, he may just barely have enough here to break through. Yeah, big wave of reinforcements. The Immortals are going ham. We yoink the Prism, but it's not going to be enough. And Hero, he's getting on top of the Roach Warren. GG gets called. Hero, he barely has enough, and we are going to game 7. Oh, Hero slowly, methodically takes down the 5th, the 4th, pushes into the natural, and we have an ace match. Oh my god. We're going all the way to game number 7. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. We are going the distance here, all the way to game 7. Gonna be on site Delta. Who's it gonna be? Who faces off against Cyril in the finals? Will it be a ZVZ or a ZVP? Can we avoid the mirror matchup? I hope so. I know historically there's always a chance that if it is going to be a Rainer versus Terrell finals that we see Rainer off race, but the reality is that in this tournament Rainer is not allowed to off race. Has to commit here. Does have to commit. Whew. And we are getting ready here for Side Delta for Game 7, the final game of this series. And can we go the distance? Well, I mean, we have gone the distance, but how will the story end? How will it all end here? We are here to find out. As a reminder, right after this, right after the lower bracket finals, we do have the grand finals right on after that. I don't think that there's gonna be a show match before the finals. I don't know. I don't know if they have anything fancy planned for the final day. So we'll keep an eye out. Keep an eye out for that. But for now, we're getting ready here for the final game. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to Side Delta. Now, when it comes to Side Delta, it's going to be an interesting one. It has a longer rush distance by ground. It's very wide open in the center of the map, especially when you knock down those rocks. But here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. We have Rainer for Basilisk. And in the top left, we have his opponent. We have Hero for CranKy Gaming. Whew. Let's go. And Rainer once again going for the 15-15. 15 hatchery into the 15 spawning pool. Hope you got enough rest after yesterday's short stream. I slept for 5 hours. I got 5 hours of sleep, and then bam! Right into more casting, papi. More casting. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Even after Master Coliseum tonight, I do have to schedule a lot of VODs. I have to schedule as many VODs as I can, because I'm going to be traveling to, the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, I'm going to be traveling to Poland, so I need to get as much work in as I can. Really, I can't sleep until I'm on the plane. That's when I can finally sleep, papi. I can finally get some rest. I'm forced not to cast. As we do see Hero going for a gate expand. Do have a standard opener here from Hero, a safe opener out of Rainer. 32 hours non-stop sleep during the flight. It's not how it works, papi. Not how it works. I look forward to it though. Like, that it's my like I'm forced to take a break from casting while I'm traveling, and I'm gonna be able to read. Yo, I'm gonna be able to like read some books. Gonna be able to like watch some Netflix and chill. You know, just calm things down. Be stressed about like losing my luggage or missing a flight. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be beautiful. As we are easing our way into this here, and Hero going for another Stargate opener here behind this. Again, that last game was brutal. Like, Rainer was doing such a great job at harassing and crippling the economy. He forced Hero all in, but the all in was just a bit too much with the amount of Immortals and Archons we had. Hero, he did snowball out of control, and Rainer barely didn't have enough to hold on. Just barely. And now it all comes down to this final game on Side Delta. All comes down to this. Now with the Stargate opener looking like an Oracle. I mean, the Stargate is further back. There we go. Going to be a Void Ray first. I was about to say that this time the pylon wasn't thrown down closer to the edge of the main base, which is a little bit suspect when it comes to getting an Oracle opener. So there we go. We have confirmation. It is Void Ray first. Now with a Void Ray opener, this does lead into a third base, but the tech behind this is going to be hidden. Rainer's going to be in the dark, whether or not Hero goes for Glaive Adepts, whether he goes for double Stargate into Skytoss. He could even go into a charge all in, or he can go into a standard build into +1 and Blink. Could be anything. Could be standard play, could be aggression. Raynor won't know because his overlords are being hunted down. Overlords are falling one after the other. They're being forced back home. Third base is being taken. And we will soon figure out what direction Hero wants to take this in. Where do we go? As there it is, we do have our confirmation. We have a Twilight Council and a Forge. Standard follow-up here out of Hero, but Raynor doesn't know. Does not know. I can only sleep if I get a window seat, and even then my neck gets so stiff. True. Smudge. I think I've slept at an aisle seat before. I think that's happened. We'll see how much sleep I can get. We'll see how ruined I am when I get off the plane. As behind this is going to be +1, not Blink. It's going to be +1 in charge. Ooh, it looks like a very similar build to what we've seen before. +1 at charge, 4 gates on the way, plus the 2 that we already had. It's going to be 6 gates in total, and we may as well go up to 8. There it is. 2 more gateways, +1, 8-gate charge from Hero. This is what he went for in the previous game on Oceanborn. And if you remember, it did fall on its face. On Oceanborn, his 8 Zealots were completely shut down, and Raynor had a good start in the previous map. But we'll see if Hero can recover here and make up for it in Game 7. So a very strong charge timing here from Hero. And we'll see if Raynor can get a read on this. Now, thankfully, Raynor is going for a safety Roach Warren. Roach Warren is on the way. Roaches should soon be in production. Raynor will have an answer. We'll have an army for this, as long as he doesn't drone up too much. Raynor squeezing out some extra drones, getting up to 3 base saturation. Roaches, though, they are on the way. Likewise, Adepts, they get caught out. Very nice catch here from Raynor. He catches 2 of those Adepts. Zealots, they have been revealed. Big scout here from Raynor. He knows to make Roaches. Roaches and Lings are in production back at home. We're getting in position as well. So very nice scout here from Raynor, and he is ready for the push. Or he's getting ready for the push. Zealots, they have arrived. Yeah, the Queens, they all rotate over from the natural, from the main base as well. We force back the Zealots. Again, good scouting out of Raynor, good reaction. Hero backs off, but he is not stopping. We warp in another wave of Zealots. And he pulls back. He preserves the first wave as well. So the Zealot count is getting higher and higher. There's a lot of charge lots here for Hero. Behind this, working towards +2 on Blink, not towards Archons. Bear that in mind. The goal for Hero is to deny the 4th. As we can see, the 4th has been taken towards the south, sir. Towards the south, not towards the north. As we do make our way towards the natural, we catch a couple of reinforcements. We collapse here on the Zealots. Good transfuse here out of Raynor, keeping the Queens alive a little bit longer, but the Oracles, they come into support. And we focus down every single Queen. Zealots, they do get cleaned up though. They get shut down by the Roaches. At the same time, those Zealots, they get into the mineral line. They get another Queen, and I believe the Queen count was reset. We kill, what, 5 Queens? So many Queens went down. We get into the main base. 1 more Queen is left over, but we're going right for it. Go a whole bunch of micro as well. The final Queen, up. It barely does survive. Raynor, he will hold. Raynor, more importantly, he doesn't lose a lot of workers. He preserves most of his drones. Can't say the same about his Queens, but does keep most of his drones alive. Most of his workers did survive. At the same time, Hero, he gets eyes on the would-be 4th. Does get eyes on the hatchery. Void Ray going ham. Roach is going for a big counterattack. At the same time, Hero also has a Zealot run-by set up. But Hero doesn't have much of an army back at home. He's working towards Blink Stalkers, but does he have enough? Oh, Hero's 4th base is under fire. The wall's on the wall! The wall, it's wide open, and Lings, they flood into the main base. Hero wasn't ready back at home, forced to recall. Gonna be recalling his Stalkers, which means his 4th base is exposed. He will get a kill on the 4th base of Raynor, but Hero also loses his own 4th base as well. Both players stuck on 3 bases. The Cybercore. Cybercore gets shut down. No more Stalkers. Not anytime soon. But we are catching a lot of these Roaches. And we can reinforce with Zealots. Hero has a pretty terrifying army. There's a pretty threatening army here. Stuck on 3 bases though. 3 base versus 3 base. I have to give the edge to Hero. Cybercore is being rebuilt. More Zealots coming in to reinforce. Raynor getting ready for a run by. We have 6 Oracles. My god. That's a lot of Oracles. And here we go. We're pushing in. Thankfully, Raynor, he hasn't been redroning. He has been focusing on his army. The Wilds. Oh, they don't quite connect. Good target firing here with the Oracles. We do focus down as many of these Ravagers as we can. And Hero, he's breaking through. He's breaking through the Lings, breaking through the Roaches. But he's being forced back. He needs reinforcements. No Prism, no reinforcements here as Raynor does hold. He holds on, forces Hero back. Still no 4th base for either player. Hero retreats, working on +3. His Nexus soon to be up and running. Raynor does have the Infestation Pit. I do appreciate that he's going to be mixing in a couple of Infestors for that fungal growth. Oh, and again, that push from Hero was supposed to kill, by the way. That was supposed to kill. That's why he just isn't quite ready here for a longer game. That's why he committed so much into those Oracles, why he threw so many of them away. And unfortunately, Hero doesn't have a Bay, like no Temple Archives, no Storm, no Archons, no Disruptors, no Colossus. Hero is stuck with a purely Gateway army, and the longer this goes on, the less effectiveness this army has. Like, Hero is being outscaled. Especially with that Hive. Hive is on the way. It feels like Hero's on a timer right now, and the longer this goes on, and the worse it is for Hero. Army pushing on the left-hand side at the same time, a big counterattack over on the right. The Baneling run by does get shut down. Good defense so far to Hero. A solid defense. We're bringing his army together. Dark Shrine is on the way, Robo as well, so we can finally start working towards Disruptors or Colossi or Immortals. We can head in that direction. Yeah, as Hero is going for a second Robo as well. Getting into double Immortal production. Dark Shrine for those ETs. We can also morph in Archons. 5th base of Raynor is forced to be cancelled, and now that the Hive is done, we have our Hive Tech. Ultras. Ultras are on the way for Raynor. And thankfully for Hero, he's already working towards Immortals. Immortals, they can be a good answer here for Ultras. They are going to be amassing. This is still anyone's game. I want to give the edge to Raynor in a sense. Oh, the Banelings. Oh my god, we crash into the Zealots. We clean them up. Good trade there from Raynor. It is unfortunate that he just happens to be going into Ultras and that Hero happens to be already making Immortals. So composition-wise, Hero will still be able to keep up with his opponent. Likewise, Raynor doesn't have the best economy either. He's on 71 workers, still doesn't have a 5th base. Raynor's economy is not ideal. As we are building up towards those Ultras. Yo, we have some Fungals available as well with those Infestors. We do have a lot of potential. Stay Strap going to be going off, pushing towards that 5th. Here he is holding. Raynor likewise maxing out on Lingbane Roach Ravager. Spire is on the way to eventually deal with Skytoss if that's on the horizon for Hero. Oh, once again, the Zealot Rumbai gets shut down for the 2nd time. Runs into the Banelings. At the same time, Lings, they do catch some of the Immortals. Immortals and Archons. Big catch here from Raynor. Shield Battery barely keeping this army alive, but we get one of the Archons and an Immortal. Big pickup. Very efficient trade from the Zerg player. trading minerals for gas. The army, though, of Hero, it's slowly getting larger and larger. Like, this is a death ball of an army. Oh my god. It's insane. It's a lot of Archons, a lot of Immortals. Can Hero break through? He's been building up, and now he can finally push. As we say that, though, Ultras, they're just now on the way. They're about to pop. Does Hero have enough? Oh my god, that's so many Banelings. So many Banelings on the way. Good force fields. Fungals are thrown down, but the force fields are becoming a bit much, and we get on top of the Banelings. Oh, they are being focused down by the Archons. Hero pushing in towards the bases. This hatchery, it's going to be going down, but here come the Ultras of Raynor. Good Fungal once again. Decent Baneling connections. The Immortals are trying to hold on. The base will fall. The Immortals are exposed. Good Biles. Very nice Biles here from Raynor. Only 2 Immortals remain, but they break through the Ultras. We break through on top of the Ravagers as well. And Raynor, he's in a bit of trouble right now. He's being chased down. The Link reinforcements, they come in just in time. There's only 1 Archon. If we had 1 more, then we could keep pushing. But the Cracklings, they cracked. Clutch Stasis. Very clutch Stasis trap, but again, Hero is being forced further and further back, bleeding out a lot of units. We have a wave of Zealot reinforcements on the way. The Biles! Oh, we take down the Observers. Nice moves there out of Raynor. That was sick. Takes down the Observers. And he survives. He holds on. Did lose a base, though. Did lose a base. And Hero, he has the economic lead. From here, to be honest, Hero, he could try to transition into Skytoss. But for now, committed to a ground-based army. Doubling down on Immortals, on Archons. As Zealot drop does come in. I'm not achieving too much here. Trades with Lings. Oh, the Stalkers, they get caught out as well. Big overextension here by Hero. Expensive losses here. As 4 Stalkers go down. So good trade from Raynor. Again, Raynor's drone count is really struggling right now. That's the biggest problem for Raynor, is his economy. He needs a 5th base, and he needs to saturate it. Meanwhile, Hero building up another death ball of an army, getting ready to push out once again. How many Immortals? Oh my god. Cristiano, is that you? If you were here last night, you would have seen Cristiano massing out and pushing out with 10 Immortals. Yeah, like 10 Immortals and 8 Archons. Hero doing his best Cristiano impression. Doubling down on Mass Immortal as well. Which can work nicely here against the Ultras. Meanwhile, we have a lot of Infestors. I do believe, yes, Neural is researched. Neural is done. And Raynor, he can turn those Immortals on Hero. Uh-oh. There is a lot of potential with those Infestors, and no feedbacks. The army does get caught out. Big Link counterattack. Gets into the 3rd base. Oh, we take down the cannons, the shield batteries. Probes are falling. And very quickly, things are escalating out of control. 10 workers go down. And just like that, Raynor, he's evening up the economy. And Hero just unable to respond in time. Broodlord's on the way with that Greater Spire. Raynor taking up even further. Hero, still no Skytoss in sight. Still no Skytoss. And we're pushing in. Infestors have been revealed. Big Neurals here on the Immortals. Yeah, half the army turning here on Hero. And Hero is forced back. A big Link surround being set up as well. And Hero, he's being shut down. A big overextension. And Hero, he plummets in supply. He was keeping up with Raynor. He was keeping up with for so long. And he plummets 60, 70, 80 supply. And he has nothing left. It takes so long to rebuild a robo-based army. And Raynor, he's snowballing out of control. And is this it? Is this how it ends? As there's only Blink Stalkers remaining. Big Fungal here on the Stalkers. And the Neurals, they were just too much. And Hero, he's being forced further and further back into his bases. The Stalkers are the only thing keeping him alive. 15 probes go down. Raynor, he's running out of ultras, but he has 5 more behind this. They're on the way. Hero barely holding on here. A lot of the infestors did fall. To be fair, the stalkers, they do survive. We do hold. But Hero, he gets knocked down to 46 probes. Barely has an economy. Barely has any workers here. And Raynor, he's in a good position. He's remaxing. He's remaxing once again. He has 2 infestors left in the army. Two infestors left. We're camping the production. We're getting on top of the robos. And Raynor, he's collapsing on this for a second time. He's going to pull back. I mean, Raynor, all he really has to do is just chill and max out. Hero is trying to recover. Zealot do on Burrow here across the map. Sorry, Ling's on Burrow across the map. Getting into the mineral line. Probes, they're falling left and right. Again, Hero, he just cannot contest against this Ultra army. Not anymore. Big neural here once again. We catch an Immortal. Oh, and Hero once again trying to hold on here. Good target firing on top of the Ultras. He gets 1, he gets 2. Just get 2 of those Ultras. But he loses all the mining here towards the north. He's down to 36 probes. Down to 36 workers. Again, barely an economy. And Raynor, he's running away with this. He's running away with the same. Catches another fungal. Another massive fungal in the army. And Hero, he has nothing left at this point. It was a great series. Went all the way to the ace match. But here on site Delta, Hero, he was struggling. Again, he was committing here to Mass Immortal Archon. Refused to transition to Sky Toss, and again, barely holding on. He's barely holding on, but I mean, earlier there was a pretty close fight, but again, we just didn't really have much reinforcements. For a long time, for the first half of this game, Hero was also very all-in. If you remember, he wasn't really intending to get into a 4th. This was like 10 minutes ago, when Hero was forced to transition into a 4th base, into river production. Just a really awkward game from Hero. He just wasn't able to deal the damage he was looking for. Another big fungal on the Stalkers. Massive fungal. And the base is going to be going down. At the same time, we do have a Zealot counterattack, it looks like, towards the right-hand side. We're getting a couple of drones. Oh, good snipe here on one of those Ultras. Another fungal! Transfuse barely keeping that Ultra alive. As Hero, he's trading as efficiently as possible, trying to get another one of those Ultras. Good blink micro. Again, bottom left, that one mining base for Hero, it's keeping him afloat. As we snipe another Ultra. Again, Raynor just has to calm down. We just need to calm things down. Make sure we don't overextend. Make use of our better economy. Raynor, though, looks like he needs another base. He is heavily oversaturated. Uh-oh. I mean, Raynor still has all those infestors. Like, the quality of the army is still better for Raynor because he can always neural. That's the thing. Like, he can always neural some of the high-tech units. But basically, we're on, yeah, 1.5 base versus 1.5 base here economy. Hero, can we bounce back? Okay, so he's got a Zealot Rabbi setup. If he can get into a mineral line, if he can kill some drones, if he can kill some workers here, then we can tie things up, at least economically. Unfortunately, he's just focusing on the gateway army. Like, Hero, he doesn't really have the economy to sustain Immortals again, or more Archons. Yeah, Temple Archives now on the way for Hero. He's rebuilding it. There's no shot that we can get into Skytoss at this point. Not anymore. There's no bank behind this. And Raynor, likewise, trying to get another base here, working on another hatchery. Hero, he's coming in for the cancel. But he is revealed. Good positioning here by Raynor. Does get eyes on those Zealots. Likewise, a Baneling run by is threatening the mineral line of Hero. Yo, we got that one immortal on the way. Let's go. The immortal in production. Likewise, Archons as well. He has to be very careful with those Stalkers. If one Fungal connects, then he will lose most of those Stalkers as well. So he has to be very careful with how he engages. Again, Hero is still on the back foot, but we are evening things up a little bit here. Oh, Raynor, he's got Broodlords on the way. Aye, aye, aye. I mean, I say Broodlord on the way. There's one. But making use of his tech, he gets a base up and running. This is huge. This is a big moment for Raynor. He gets top right up and running, which is more than I can say for Hero, as Hero hasn't been able to expand and take another base. So Raynor, he's about to snowball out of control when it comes to his economy. His economy is booming right now compared to Hero. And yeah, now we're affording more Broodlords, more Lings. Hero trying to take another base. If Raynor is a little bit too passive, then Hero can catch up. Can we catch up? As we are rebuilding that immortal count, we have 2, soon to be 3. Let's go. 3 immortals. Storm, I believe, is done. That's another big thing, a big factor that we were missing that could have helped so much in this game is splash damage. And Storm will help with that. So now with 3 immortals, now with, I want to say a lot of there's a lot of High Templar towards the north. With some good storms, we can take a fight. Speaking of, Lings, they coming first round. Show us the storms. So far, not baited out yet. Good engage here from Hero. Does shave off a lot of Lings. A lot of Lings do go down. Oh, can we come back in this game? Can we recover? We're not quite there yet. Lings, once again, they take a storm to the... Oh my god! Massive storms on the Lings. A good start for Hero. Oh, at the same time, though, we do deny the warp in and we get 4 probe kills in the bases here. We do have detection. Lings are being shut down. Again, those storms were exactly what Hero needed. Can he do it again? As we rotate around. Now, the scary thing right now is that we still have Broodlord Infestor. It's 5 Infestors and I want to say around 5 Broodlords. No, sorry, 6 Broodlords. The quality of the army, I still have to give the edge to Raynor, just because it's so difficult to close the gap and get on top of those broods. But not impossible. We have 9 Stalkers here for Hero. Again, the positioning is going to be so important when it comes to the big fights, if they ever do clash. Because Broodlords, they can kite this for days, if it wasn't for the Stalkers. Again, only a handful of Stalkers as well. Ooh, 3 more Broodlords on the way. That's going to be 12 Broodlords in total. We saw those 5 Infestors. Now, the other big thing here is that we don't just have Storm, we have feedbacks. If we can feedback the Infestors ahead of time, that is going to be huge. Here we go, Hero, he is pushing. Broodlords are coming in. We're going to be able to focus down one of those Archons. Show us the Fungals. Ooh, we do Fungal some of those High Templar. Good connections. But the Storms are being thrown down, the Broodlords are being forced back. And we do shut down the base. 7 drones go down, the base falls. Hero, he is maxing out. Maxing out with a ground toss army, which is not ideal, but an army nonetheless. Does manage to actually recall over, saves his base. Oh, can he catch the Ultra? Up, up! The Ultra! Almost does catch it. Ultras are rotating over. I mean, Broodlord's even as well. That Stalker count is getting higher and higher. We have anti-air. We have an answer for the Broods. We have an answer. Is it the answer, though? Some of the Stalkers are getting caught out. High Templar coming in. Threatening a Storm. We have, what, 4 High Templar with the army. Each with 1 Storm. Big Link counterattack here. We shut down the mining base of Hero. Hero, though, he keeps pushing. A decent fungal. Storms here mainly on Broodlings. As the fungals, they connect once again with the army. Decent feedbacks here on the infestors. Oh, but a lot of these stalkers are getting very low. Oh my god, the storms, they continue. We zone away Raynor. Here, he gets himself on the base, and can he get a snipe on the base? He can! One more volley, he gets a kill on the hatchery. Very nicely done. Big storms clearing up those broodlings. Cleaning up a lot of lings as well. But you can see the broodlords, they just bully back the army. Even though, like, the storms have been good, no broodlord has died. Not a single broodlord has died, and you can see them just bully back the ground toss army. Oh, we focus down the High Templar. Like, this is the problem. Even though Raynor has been down in army supply for quite some time, the quality of the army is just better for Raynor, and it has been for most of this game. With all those broodlords. We do catch the lings. Good catch. Now, what Hero has is maneuverability. He has mobility here with his army. He could catch the broodlords exposed. If he's able to catch them off guard and catch them without the ground army to support, then Hero, he can reset the army count, and if he kills the broodlords, then that could be game. At the same time, Ling at counterattack here towards the triangular third. Oh, Hero stuck long distance mining. Stalker's gonna be able to respond. They clean up the lings. Raynor also long distance mining as well. No one has a good economy. No one has an actual base mining right now. There we go. Raynor, he does get top right up. But Zealots are on the way. They're on the way to deny the mining here at the last mining base of Raynor. Uh-oh. This is it. The final mining base of Raynor. And the Zealots, they arrive. They shut down. They deny any mining here. For a moment, but we have ultras to respond. Good cleanup. At the same time, here comes Raynor pushing in, being very proactive. Likewise, this is the last mining base of Hero. Ooh, and probes are going down. We deny the economy. Hero being forced further back. Again, a lot of the supply of Hero can't really help. Like, he has a lot of immortals, but the immortals, they don't shoot up, and we get almost another Archon. Yeah, the immortals are forced to recall. Base trade? Yeah, we're going for a base trade. I do like this a lot. As we just mentioned, those immortals were doing nothing in that army, so we may as well go for a big counterattack. The broodlords! They're exposed! And this is the moment. This is the moment that Hero's been waiting for. He catches one, gets two, gets three broods! And he will get a fourth. 4 broodlords go down. Big pickoffs. The moment the Hero was waiting for, he drags the army out of position. Top right goes down. And no more economy here for Raynor. A big misstep there. He was hoping for that moment to catch the broodlords out of position, and he does. Now, Raynor, how many broodlords are left? 5. 5 broodlords remaining, significantly less here. But Hero doesn't have a lot of warpins, doesn't have a lot of stalkers. And now he doesn't have his immortals with the army. The ultras are terrifying without those immortals. Hero, he's racing back home. He could try to go for a base trade as well, but nah, he wants to collapse on the army. He wants to come in. Army is split. Again, 6 immortals. The engage is really awkward though. We are pushing in from multiple angles. We get a surround. We collapse on the army. We blink on forward. We focus down as many broodlords as we can. There's 2 broodlords left. There's 1. 0 broodlords remaining. Now it's only ultras. A big sigh there. Raynor, GG's out. He had it, Papi. Oh my god. And Hero will take the series 4-3 and will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Oh my god. GG. Well played. Hero, things were looking dire. Things were looking so dire for Hero, but he caused a lot of chaos. He outmaneuvers the army. He forces Raynor out of position. And he picks his army apart. Ay, ay, ay. GG, well played. I can feel the frustrations there from Raynor. Like, he had a death ball of a Zerg army. He had so many broodlords just all bunched together with the Ultra support as well. But again, he was pulled apart there. GG, well played. Congratulations to Hero. That was wild. That was a wild final game there. A lot of twists, a lot of turns, barely an economy for either player as well. But I love something that I love here from Hero in general is how active he is, especially with recalls. Like the move to go for the recall across the map, not to defend, but to attack, to avoid the Broodlords, to make sure that his Immortals can do something, to snipe the base, to cripple the economy. Really good stuff there out of Hero, and to eventually, of course, again, drag Reina over and expose those Broodlords the way that he did. GG, well played. With that, we have our two finalists. It is going to be Hero versus Serral. Hero versus Serral in the grand finals. It all comes down to a Protoss and a Zerg player. Let's go. We avoid the mirror matchup. I was really concerned that it was going to be a ZVZ finals. I was concerned it was going to be a ZVZ. No, it's going to be a ZVP instead. Hero versus Serral. I look forward to it. I look forward to it. And if you're curious, when is the grand finals? 20 minutes. It's in 20 minutes time here. The grand finals are soon to be upon us. Again, these games, these matches, they happened last night. We were busy. We had a 14-hour cast last night. 14-hour cast. We were casting a Polish LAN event. So we just caught up here with the lower bracket finals. Hero advances on. And again, 20 minutes until the grand finals. They're going to be live on this channel. Let's go, Poppy. Let's go. And really impressive stuff as well. Again, this was a very chaotic series. It was great. I love that it went to the ace match. I appreciate that it went all the way to game 7. And even in game 7, there was a lot to it. It was not the cleanest of games. Things got very scrappy towards the end. Barely an economy for either player. GG, well played. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. I'm still not sure how Hero was able to hold that 7 o'clock base and defend 4 to 5 ultras with almost no army. Yeah, I mean, again, like Raynor, he didn't commit, right? He didn't commit, didn't push in. There was just so much positional play. I think that's what I love the most out of that final game. There was so much positional play towards the end, and it was really almost like guerrilla tactics out of Hero, because he couldn't fight head on. He could not fight head on against Raynor. He would just die. He would just crumble then and there. So he had to make some magic happen. Really good stuff. Really impressive performance there. And yeah, from there, we're getting ready for the grand finals. We're getting ready for the grand finals. Here we go. And we're going to be going on an extended break. We're going to be going on a 20-minute break here. And when we return, those finals will be upon us. Do we have a countdown timer? We do. Here we go. We have a count up. Bam. Let's go. 18 minutes and 43 seconds. Let's go, Poppy. Let's go. The countdown timer is up. And again, soon we will have our finals. Our best of 9, I believe, between Serral and Hero. Gonna be going on a short break. When we return, we'll be back to crown our Masters Coliseum champion. Masters Coliseum 7 champion between Serral and Hero. We'll see you guys soon in 18 minutes. Take this moment to get a break, get some food, get some snacks, get some water, drain your disruptors, hydrate your hydras, massage your marines, and we'll be back in 18 minutes. See you soon. Huh.
The way to celebrate, I'll be waiting till we make it. The day to celebrate, I'll be waiting till we make it. Oh, we will see. Come with me, take the journey on. We will see. Come with me, take the journey.
Get rid of the press from the rusty time, those years. Don't stay in a daze looking for a sign. Start and try. Run across fields of ice, but hidden in starlight. Be well aware of roads we've gone by. Put yesterday's aside, meet the future head on. Now trailblazers keep credos in mind. One, stop staying within the lines. Two, we always align. Three, even if we don't get the upper hand, we'll fight for right. Four, never care a rip for hindsight. Five, let us light the night. Six, even when there are wills within, we'll go ahead. Get it pulverized.
Wrapped in biting wind, hearts will never bleed. Frozen and vanished out of greed. In their restless dream, they try so hard to breathe. Pulses flutter and sting within this bleakness. They will come with the blade. They will wake up to death, bond and crown in this dormant world somehow. Unsheath the sword not to kill. Unsheath the sword to rend those clouds above the ground. Wake up, it's time to gather now. The only warmth remains in hands clasped so tight. The only fire exists in brave hearts. Seasons that refuse to change over the years will find their way back on track. We made a choice, go fight against your fate. Pain will come with the blade. Pain will wake up the despondent crowd in this dormant world somehow. Unsheath the sword not to kill. Unsheath the sword to rend those clouds above the ground. Wake up, it's time to gather now. to celebrate. I'll be waiting till we make it the day to celebrate. I'll be waiting till we make it. Oh, we will see. Come with me, take the journey. We will see. Come with me, take the journey.
Get rid of the press from the rusty time dossiers. Don't stay in a daze looking for a sign. Start and try. Run across fields of ice, but hidden in starlight. Be well aware of roads we've gone by. Put yesterday's aside, meet the future head on. Now trailblazers keep credos in mind. One, stop staying within the lines. Two, we always align. Three, even if we don't get the upper hand, we'll fight for right. Four, never care a rip for hindsight. Five, let us light the night. Six, even when there are wills within, we'll go ahead. Get it pulverized.
Wrapped in biting wind, hearts will never bleed. Frozen and vanished out of greed. In their restless dreams, they try so hard to breathe. Pulses flutter and sting within this bleakness. They will come with the blade. They will wake up to despond and crowd in this dormant world somehow. Unsheath the sword not to kill. Unsheath the sword to rend those clouds above the ground. Wake up, it's time to gather now. The only warmth remains in hands clasped so tight. The only fire exists in brave hearts. Seasons that refuse to change over the years will find their way back on track. We made a choice, go fight against your fate. They will come with the blade. They will wake up the despondent crowd in this dormant world somehow. Unsheath the sword not to kill. Unsheath the sword to rend those clouds above the ground. Wake up, it's time to gather now.
宇宙浩瀚无垠，至始包罗万象。在博识学会就有这样一位特例，无形的学术之星，举手投足间尽显低调奢华。
愚蠢是一种病，得治。我是维里塔斯·拉蒂奥，是学者，亦是老师。如果你的脑袋出现了愚钝的症状，也可以称呼我为真理医生。人要学会认识自己，但偶尔也需要一些严厉的教导。0分，0分，下一个，这就结束了。不错，加5分。选择和别人做同样的事，得到的往往不会是更好的结果。让我来考考你，切勿心急，想明白再做决定。计算之中的结果，以益智游戏的标准，还不错。
biu 是我运营的产品，我想通过它和更多不懂分寸的人一起探索世界的边界。正是这些不懂分寸的人，也许他们不被理解，任性、固执，甚至疯狂。
就是我。
但如果没人去打破边界，谁又能玩透世界呢？
大家好，我是星际争霸2世界冠军李培南。作为职业选手，每天大部分时间都是在电脑前度过。每次训练结束都会有不同程度的腰酸背痛，所以我们对电竞椅的要求都非常严格，能保护腰部并且坐感舒适，成为我们挑电竞椅的重要指标。我们一直在用的奥风电竞椅就完美做到这一点。升级的锥背小弹腰有足够的支撑力，并且上下前后都能调节，坐着很舒服，非常适合大家玩游戏的时候使用。不论用什么姿势，正坐、靠着、躺着。腰托都可以支撑我的腰部，非常舒服。再来坐感，这款还配置了空调坐垫，夏天凉爽，冬天温暖，真的是跟空调一样精准控温。训练久了总觉得闷热，坐垫有3档风度调节，游戏再也不闷屁股了。现在天气转凉了，坐垫同样配置了3档加热功能，让身体一直保持温暖，游戏手感一直火热。训练之余刷刷手机休息一下，玩玩手游，6D 机械手臂可以自调节高度，手臂不会感觉累。同时扶手面很大，即使有大动作也不会落空。相信我，跟我一起选择奥风机械大师电竞椅，你也可以逆袭成为冠军。
打开微信，搜索公众号“星际老男孩 SC Boy”， 这里有每日的直播预告、重要的赛事报道、精彩的视频剪辑、有趣的主播八卦、定期的抽奖福利以及爆笑的节奏和评论。关注 SC Boy 官方公众号，365天每天更新，让你与20万猛男一起更便捷的享受我和黄哥给大家带来的快乐。不要告诉别人哟。
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the finale, the end of Masters Coliseum 7. The playoffs have been a grueling tournament so far, going through multiple weeks here, the group stage into the playoffs, into today, the grand finals. We have 2 players left. The music is so ominous. it's so ominous. Oh my god, it's so intense. We have 2 players left here in the grand finals. We have our Zerg and Serral and our Protoss in Hero. We just bore witness to Hero making his way through the other best Zerg players in the world. Hero, he knocked down Dark, the best Zerg player in South Korea, and he knocked down Raynor, second only to Serral in Europe. And now only one Zerg remains. Hero, clearly his PvZ is on point. Clearly he has the best Protoss versus Zerg in the world, surpassing that of Showtime, of MaxPax, of Classic. Does he have what it takes to bring down Serral? That is the question. No vetoes. No vetoes. As this is a best of 9, not a best of 7. 9 maps in total. Our map order is upon us. Serral oh my god, the map order is wild. We have Equilibrium into Golden Aura, into Radiz's Station, into Hardlead, Alcyone, Oceanborn, Hecate, Solaris, and Site Delta at the very end. What's important, regardless of how the series goes, regardless if it's one-sided or not, Equilibrium and Radiz's Station, the most vetoed maps in the map pool, will be a part of this broadcast. Oh boy. Oh boy, let's go, Bobby, let's go. Not the most balanced of maps, considered to be very friendly towards Zerg and Protoss respectively, so I'm ready. I am ready for it. Equilibrium considered to be the Zerg map in the map pool, Radiz's Station being the Protoss map in the map pool. That is why they've been consistently vetoed time and time and time again, but now we're going to be featuring them here tonight. And here we go, we're diving into game number 1, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Equilibrium we have Serral for Basilisk, and in the top left we have his opponent for CranKy Gaming. It is Hero. Here we go, and again, as a bit of a reminder, again, this event has been running for the entire month of January. We've had qualifiers into the group stage, into the main event. A big shout out to our lovely sponsors as well. Shout out to Doyu, Honkai Star Rail, Tidal, Autofool, and Bill. Thank you so much for the support. Again, this event has been amazing, it's been beautiful, and without these sponsors, this event would not be possible. Not just this event, but also World Team League and Kung Fu Cups alike. Big shout out to SC Boy for hosting this event, for commentating in Chinese, and for bringing this all together, making this dream a reality. It's been beautiful. It's been beautiful. And again, it's a really good kind of way to get an eye and get a read and get a feel for how these players are leading into IM Katowice. IM Katowice is in 2 weeks, and very little time before IM Katowice is upon us. So really good to get a read on the state of play for all these players leading into it, their mindset as well. As a reminder as well, this is a premier event. There is over 4,000 USD on the on the line, over 4,000 USD prize pool here for our players. They're duking it out. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to this final best of 9, and we do have a Hero being a little bit cheeky with our first perk. Let's go, Bobby, let's go. We are starting off with a proxy. So we have a hatch gas pool opener from Serral, standard opener from our Zerg player. We are not rushing into the gold as the natural. Now this is the thing about Equilibrium. Talking a little bit about the map. The map, it's big, it's huge, a lot of bases, long rush distance by ground, and there's a gold base that can be taken as a natural, or even a third base, or even a fourth base quite early on as a Zerg player. Very difficult to punish. And Hero's response to Equilibrium is to go for a proxy. Gateway is on the way, so it's going to be a 2-gate opener out of Hero. A lot of aggression is going to be applied here early on. Serral is poised to scout, though. The Overlord makes its way over towards the gas geysers, towards the steam vents, and Serral will scout the proxy gateway. Big moment here for Serral. Big moment. Oh, here we go. I don't know why this guy was here. But a big scout here from Serral. He's fully aware of what's going on. Serral is still committing to the gold, by the way, which is crazy. He's rushing into the gold base as his third base location. Serral at least knows to be wary of his opponent. Lings are on the way more than normal. Usually you make 4 lings. We do have 6 lings now, 10 lings in production from Serral. Again, taking this very seriously. His goal here is not just to save his gold, but to deny and shut down the proxy. Again, if he had not scouted this proxy, we would not have anywhere near as many links as we do now. So again, just a big reaction out of Serral. Behind this, we have 2 more gates on the way. It's going to be a 4-gate opener. Hero, very aggressive. This is looking like a 2-base all-in. Hero, very committed, very aggressive opener here from our red Protoss player. He can, of course, reinforce across the map as well. Serral going to be trying to poke towards that natural base. Going to try to get a read on what's going on. The adepts, they have been scouted, they have been spotted, they've been seen. We are aware, we know, and we do get a surround here on the gateway. We get on top of the probe. The probe goes down. The pylon is going to get surrounded, and we will depower this gateway. We will shut down the proxy. Yeah, the warp-in is not going to finish in time. We deny the warp-in. A good cleanup here by Serral. We have additional adepts on the way to try to take control of this location, but another adept falls. We're down to 3, and we do force them to shade away. So a really strong... Oh, we even get to kill the Stalker. The Stalker goes down. Big pick off. Serral in full control of this game. Roach Warren is on the way. Oh, sorry. My apologies. Baneling Nest. Okay, a little bit indecisive there by Serral, but a Baneling Nest is going to be on the way instead. Gold base is getting up and running. We have held onto it. Creep is going to be spreading across the map, connecting the bases. Queens are moving out. Things are looking good here for Serral. That's a lot of adepts, 6 adepts, but we have plenty of lings to keep up with those shades. We can see Hero rotating around. He's going to try to punish this base. There's only 2 drones, not the most saturation at the golds, but we will save those workers. Serral, so quick to pull away. So quick to save and preserve those drones. Meanwhile, Serral isn't droning, by the way. As a heads up, he is not making any workers. He's cutting workers at 37. He's massing lings. He's going for a Bane Bust. He's going for a big counter Bane Bust, forces a recall back home, and he will barely not get an adept kill. But again, we do have access to those Banelings, and we are going for a big counter attack. Behind this push, now Serral is droning. Serral is now making workers, gets us around and collapses here on this base. Will force a cancel on the gold. That's a lot of adepts, but we have even more lings here as we force a cancel on that Nexus. Big pick off, containing Hero to 2 bases. And behind this Hero, he works on his transition. We have a Twilight Council and a Forge, +1 and Blink on the way, not Glaive adepts. Not Charge either. This gateway is going to be shut down. Adepts shading across the map, trying to get what they can. We'll see if we can manage to get across the map and deal any economic damage. So far, Serral, he's re-droning. He's catching back up in the worker count. Adepts, they do shade in just in time, but we're looking for another cancel. But we will not get it. Wise move out of Serral, does back off. Banelings are on the way. And Serral, with this Baneling army, he can try to get us around and collapse on these adepts. He can try to catch them. That's what he's hoping for. That's what he's looking for. Adepts say shade pass. Lings have been spotted. Adepts have been seen as well. No shade. Oh, no shade, which means we collapse on this army. We get a surround of clutch force fields, but the Banelings, they will connect and we clean up every single adept. Shield battery doing what it can. We do hold on to the base, but that was a big blow to the army of Hero. Bailey takes down that final Baneling. Behind this, we're getting into Roaches, so Ling Bane Roach Ravager is going to be the composition of choice for Serral. A very solid composition here in ZVP. Working towards +1 melee, working towards Roach speed. Meanwhile, Hero behind this, getting into his own Immortal production, or Robot production. 2-2 on the way, 2-1 even on the way. Getting into a gateway-centric army. He does have Blink on those Stalkers. Prism is making its way, or soon to make its way across the map. Until then, though, Serral is looking comfortable. Serral, he has deflected any kind of aggression. He's been applying a lot of pressure to Hero, delayed the 3rd. Serral has been able to saturate his goal base without too much issue, and he's double expanding. Serral, he's taking his 4th and his 5th base at the same time. Plenty of creep here, and again, Serral, he is looking so comfortable right now. Which is kind of what we expected on Equilibrium. Like, it's also why Hero wanted to go for a proxy, and it looked like a setup for a 2-base all-in. Look, again, it does make plenty of sense here, given the map, given the situation. That's the downside here of Best of Nines, is you're not able to avoid some of these quirkier or difficult maps. But of course, you know, Hero can have his way with Serral come right at the station. I guess, you know, it's a bit of a give and take. We'll get there, we'll get there. As for now, Hero going to be pushing towards the south. Takes down an Overlord. You see Serral coming in from behind. So far, decent force field slowing down some of the army, but we're getting trapped. We're getting cornered. There is no way out of this. Biles able to connect, shutting down those force fields. And it looks like there is no recall either here, as Hero is going to be bleeding out so much of his army. At the same time, though, big warping across the map. Massive Zealot warping into the main base, dragging away the Roach Ravager and allowing the Stalkers to escape. Big moment here for Hero. He does manage to get away with some of those Stalkers. The Queens are going to be going down as well. Another big warp in. We continue to reinforce, getting even more Queens in the main base. We got a handful of drones. Hero, he is fighting back. Behind this, we got 2-2 on the way. Sorry, +3 attack, +2 armor on the way for Hero, alongside Immortal production. But again, Hero is still looking for more damage. Hero is still one step behind when it comes to the economy. Speaking of, with that economic advantage, Cyril, what's he doing with it? He's rushing into Hive. Hive tech is on the way for Cyril. That will grant access to Adrenal, Vipers, potentially Ultras as well. Cyril will have a lot available. Oof. As we do see Hero trying to threaten that main base. But this time we're in position. This time Cyril, he's about to max out. He's about to max out. He is by far just superseding the army here of Hero. Just exceeding the army of Hero in so many ways. Not the most efficient army, Lingbane Roach Ravager, but I mean, the size is still pretty terrifying, and Hero, he needs time to recover. He needs time to just turtle up, get his 4 and then 5 bases up and running, and max out himself. It's still a ways away from that. We'll see, can he somehow survive? As here comes Cyril. Pushing on forward off of creep. It's going to be a little bit difficult for the Lingbane to engage. Going to be able to kite back. A lot of Lingbane is being focused down. So far, efficient trades here from... No, the Immortals! I was going to say efficient trades from Hero, but alas, the Immortals get caught out. The Prism goes down as well. Big pickoffs. Ay, ay, ay. Bit of a miss rally there from Hero. Losing 2 Immortals like that for free is huge. Imagine this army with 2 Immortals behind it. The Immortal count was reset. The Prism went down, and Cyril doesn't have to worry about any kind of counterattack. He can focus on the main push. And even if this isn't the most efficient trade out of Cyril, he's still trading. And he can afford it. Hero, not so much. As we dive on forward, we take down the Archon. There's 1 Immortal behind this, putting in a lot of work. But we're slowly breaking through the defensive line here of Hero. He's running out of Stalkers. Forced to pull back towards that shield battery. The yoink! We end up abducting that final Immortal as well. Out of range of the shield battery. Oh my god, the Biles! The Biles are brutal. Cyril, he's just backing off. He's regrouping, reinforcing, waiting for the links to come in. Now he can collapse. Now he can collapse on those Stalkers. Goes for the surround. As he pushes forward, this 5th base is going to be exposed. We can try to shut it down. Instead, we go for the Archons. Another Immortal arrives. Hero, he's holding. He's forcing back the army. Hero, he has a decent economy behind this. Remember, he did double expand as well. He took his 4th and his 5th. He's on 72 workers. Hero just needs time. But that's 34 Banelings. That's 34 Banelings on the way. And I love the Dropper-Lord play from Cyril. We have 6 Dropper-Lords in production to try to bypass the main army, bypass the defenses, and go into the main. Or go wherever we so choose. I do love this from Cyril. He's rotating around, pushing towards the natural base. Hero, he's in position. Ooh, as he's out of position when it comes to the gold. The gold base is exposed. We do collapse on it. Bar's going to be connecting. And the Nexus should be going down at the same time. Baneling run by in towards the 5th. No reaction. Big connections. 15 workers go down. 15 probes do fall. At the same time, Hero, he dives onto the Viper. Bold move from Hero. 1 Viper for a handful of Stalkers. We'll lose 2 in the process. Good pick up there by Hero, but this base should be going down. The Biles, they barely do miss. They don't connect with the Nexus. Oh god, but we just have an overwhelming Roach army. The Banelings, they roll in once again, and the base will fall. And with that, Cyril, he can back off, regroup, remax once again. You can see that Cyril, he's just been left alone this entire time. There's just no counter damage, no counter attack whatsoever. He does catch wind of the prism. The miles! Show us the miles! Oh my god. Shaking my head. The miles, they do miss. Prism gets across the map. We have the Doom drop towards the main base. And again, Hero, he's still just treading water. As we just carpet bomb the main base with Lings. We just dive on in, drag the army out of position. A lot of Stalkers here in the main, and that means that Cyril can push towards the 5th with his Roach Ravager. They're gonna be able to push on forward, focus down whatever he can. Bailing's rolling in towards the mineral line. They do pull back. So again, what I will say is that Hero, he's still barely holding on. He has 65 workers. He just lost 9 probes, which is less than ideal. There is a world where if Hero is able to survive a little bit longer here, he can max out with a pretty robust army. You know, he's building up the Immortal count. He's building up the Archon count. He's at least retaining his high-tech units. Here we go. Hero's pushing. Is moving out. Doesn't have his War Prism to reinforce with his army. It's over-threatening the main. It looks like Curie does just posture for a moment, but will pull back. Good positioning. Does catch the army. Shaves off a couple of Lings. Oh, but we are going to be pouncing on this. And we force a blink. The Immortals are exposed. Immortals are exposed. We collapse on this army. Typically, there's a Prism here to save those Immortals, but not here. Not this time. Yeah, 2 Immortals go down. A 3rd Immortal as well. The Bailings, they roll into the mineral line. Big connections. 5 probes fall. Hero able to punish some of the Roach Ravager. But a Ling run by slips by. Ling run by does get in. Getting another 9 probes. With that, Cyril, he still just maintains control of this game. Throughout all of this as well, he's been teching, which is great to see. That Cyril, he's working towards a Greater Spire. 2-2 is quite late, actually. I'm a little bit surprised that, yeah, I guess we were focusing on +3 melee. But he's working towards a Broodlord transition. And as we've seen previously, Broodlords, they can have their way with this ground toss army. Whether it's Broodlords, whether it's Lurkers, both are good options. Broodlords are a little bit more awkward to get into, but, I mean, he's already got the Corruptors. Already shooing away that Prism. As Hero, he's been holding his own for quite some time, and this is what we were speaking about. I mean, we were just left alone for a couple of seconds, and Hero is now almost catching up in supply. He's been building up those Archons, building up those Immortals, and Hero has almost caught up. And we don't have Broodlords yet. Hero, can we bounce back? Again, Hero, he's got a death ball of an army. He can take a fight. Bear that in mind. No Storms, though. That's a lot of Bailings. Again, Storms will be beautiful right now for Hero, but he still doesn't have any 5 high tempo on the way for more Archons. Bailings are rolling in! And we crash into the army. Archons, they do tank quite a bit, but we're breaking on through. We have Immortals coming in from behind. But just the one Immortal, and it's so exposed. Is gonna survive. Oh my god. But again, Hero, he worked so hard to build up that army, and suddenly his army gets reset. Loses a massive chunk of his Archons. The Immortal count was reset. He's got 1 Immortal left. And that means Hero has to back off again. He did so much to build up towards maxing out, and now he has to fall back, and Cyril can remax over and over again. With more Lings, with more Bailings. Denies the center base. Oh, even catching some of these probes as well. Long distance mining. And Cyril, he can just keep pushing. The Archons are exposed. They have no support. And with that, we take down the Immortal. We take down even more Archons. But as they get into the mineral lines, it looks like finally the economy of Hero has been broken. 31 probes go down. And we're going to get a kill on that Nexus. Oh my god, Cyril, he's all over the place. He's at the 3rd, he's at the 5th. At the same time, a hero going for a desperation move, going for these big Zello warpins into the main. Doing what he can. Does get a kill in the bathing nest. That's something. But he doesn't do much else, much more than that. Serral's still on a healthy drone count of 72. He's got 2-2 as well. And Hero, he's run out of steam. It was impressive that Hero was able to survive as long as he did, to turtle, to defend, to max out at 1 point, but only that 1 point here. Now Hero, he is struggling to stay afloat. A handful of units remaining here. Again, it was a rough start for Hero to begin with a failed proxy initially, was shut down. Serral almost in full control of this game. GG gets called, and Serral will take game number 1. GG. The music is so ominous. GG, well played. Serral does take the first game here. Again, he was favored coming into Equilibrium. Again, it is typically why this is the most vetoed map when it comes to Protoss players in PvZ. And with that, Serral does take a lead in this series. But again, we're working through some of these more unorthodox maps, and now we can get into something that we're a little bit more comfortable with. Up next, Golden Aura. Golden Aura is going to be up next here in game number 2, and I'm sure Hero is going to be a lot more comfortable on this map. Again, as we saw, the problem with Equilibrium is that there are so many bases to be taken. There's such a long rush distance by ground. It's so large out in the open as well, in the center of the map, so you can get these big engagements, these big surrounds. Again, Serral was looking quite comfortable there. Hero, he was fighting back and he was holding on, true, but he was never able to really cripple the economy of Serral and really put a dent into him. But again, Equilibrium is a very unique map, and I don't expect many of these other games to head in that direction. Radisson Station is going to be an interesting one, and we can get into that when we do arrive there. But for now, Golden Aura. Golden Aura is also quite a unique map in its own way. A shorter rush distance by ground, much shorter compared to Equilibrium, so you can be a little bit more aggressive on Golden Aura. Likewise, we have seen a lot of split map play on Golden Aura as well, when it comes to how defendable your initial 4-base setup can be. So we have seen a lot of late game here on Golden Aura. Hero has the potential to turtle up and even max out. The last time we saw him was earlier today, Hero versus Raynor, where Hero was able to build up, max out, rush into Sky Toss, rush into carriers on 4 bases on Golden Aura, take a 5th, and then move out. But if you remember, things got really chaotic, and Raynor killed the 5th base and forced Hero all in. He just kept denying the 5th base over and over again, forced Hero all in, and Hero took a little bit too long to kill Raynor. Raynor was able to fight back on Golden Aura. We'll see how Hero approaches this map this time. I don't see him rushing into Skytoss yet. I'm sure we will see Skytoss at some point, but we'll see. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have Serral for Basilisk. And in the top left, we have his opponent, we have Hero for DragonKy Z Gaming. We go. Zerg music. We will have Protoss music if Hero wins. Oh, that'll be interesting. If they have a different theme, depending on who takes the game, that'd be cool. Here we go. As we do see Serral once again going for a 15-15 opener. Very safe play here out of Serral. 15 hatch into the 15 spawning pool. With his hatchery will be on location, and that spawning pool is now on the way. Again, just to reiterate, if you weren't here for the previous series, because Raynor is also very fond of this opener, it is a very safe way to play because you get a faster hatchery on location. You're not forced to take it elsewhere, like we would usually see. You also get a faster spawning pool for faster queen production. You can of course make reactive lings in case you're being cheesed and proxied and cannon rushed. The downside is your gases. Your gases are very delayed. Gases are very delayed here, so link speed is going to be later than normal. And likewise, you can't be too aggressive in the early game either, as a result. So there's a bit of a give and take. as Hero is getting into his gate expand, setting up with his Cybercore, and soon opting to go for his tech of choice. We'll keep an eye on where that second pylon is going to be thrown down. Interesting location is what I will say. The pylon is thrown down further back into the main. Usually if Hero opens up Stargate Oracle, he goes for the pylon closer to the edge of his main base, so he gets that much less time. It takes that much less time for the Oracle to get across the map to harass. Based on this Stargate placement, it is a Stargate opener. This kind of looks like a Void Ray opener. We'll keep an eye on Hero. We'll keep an eye on him as he has chosen to hide his tech instead. Overlord is going further into the main base for the scout. And we'll see if there's a reason for that. See if there's a reason for hiding the tech, or if it was just more mind games than anything else. Which is possible. Could just be mind games, as Cyril does get confirmation, does get eyes on the Stargate, is aware of the tech. Meanwhile, first Adept is getting across the map. Again, as a reminder, Cyril did open up. He delayed his gases for quite some time, and yeah, as we expected, because the Stargate was thrown down further and closer to the main base, it's a Void Ray opener. It is going to be a Void Ray opener, which does make sense. Again, we weren't really too concerned with getting across the map too quickly. Adept shades into the main base, and Hero, he sees how late the gas is. Gas mining just now commencing for Cyril. No link speed whatsoever. It means that Hero can be a little bit more careless with this Adept because a link counterattack is not possible for Cyril. Ooh, as the Adept goes down. Cyril working towards a faster third, droning up heavily. And we'll see if Hero can punish this greed of Cyril. He can punish how late that gas is. Void Ray comes out, we shut down the first Overlord. Now Cyril's in the dark when it comes to the tech of choice. And what kind of tech are we going to be working with? The other thing available here for Cyril is that he can skip link speed and he can go straight into roaches if he so chose to. So we'll see how he uses that gas and whether or not he does invest into link speed. Spores are on the way, queens are amassing. And there it is, it's going to be the Twilight Council and a Forge as a follow-up. Standard follow-up here. Even though we went for a Void Ray first, even though Cyril is in the dark as to what's happening, it's going to be standard play from Hero. Which is actually what we've been seeing from him today, despite going for Void Ray first. We saw it even against Raynor, as we do dive pretty far here in to kill that Queen, and we do get it. Queen goes down. Bold move here out of Hero, was worth it in the end. Meanwhile, link speed is being researched. Again, very late link speed from Cyril. As the Adepts say, shade in towards that third base. We focus on one of those drones. Ooh, and we will get another. We get two Adepts, they do one-shot workers, and we get 3 in total. We get 3 drones. And again, even though we're losing some of these Adepts, there's no threat of a link counterattack because link speed is still not done. So Hero, he is safe and sound. Back at home, we're working on +1 in charge. Now, if you were here earlier, oh, let's go! I was going to say that Hero has been very fond of going for 8-gate 3-base charge attacks. He's been very fond of it here. He did it against Dark, he did it against Raynor. This is different. He is going 4-gate charge into double Robo production. What looks to be double Immortal production. Oh boy. League Scouts coming in. Link speed is done, and we do come in. We do get eyes on the Zealot army. We also get eyes on the Robos. Big scout for Cyril. He is aware of what's going on. Roaches are in production. Again, I'm sure Cyril did watch the series against Raynor and Dark. I'm sure Cyril... I kind of like this, actually. It looks like Dark, he's faking out his committed Roach play. He's forcing out a lot of Roaches... Sorry, committed Zealot play. He's forcing out a lot of Roaches from Cyril, when really it's only one Warpin of Zealots. Can we force a cancel? Oh, Stasis Trap will go off. We do get some good surface area here on the 4th hatchery, and it looks like we will force a cancel on this base. Very nicely done. Behind this, double Robo, double Immortal production. I like this response out of Cyril. He's aware that his opponent has charge lots and soon to be Immortals. None of that shoots up. Spire into Mutas has a lot of potential for damage. Now, Hero is going to be transitioning out of charge lots into Blink Stalkers. Blink is on the way, that is true. But Blink Stalkers, they're okay against Mutas. They're not amazing, though. Hero, he needs confirmation. He needs to scout what's going on so he can start up Phoenixes. He has that Stargate, just needs to get a read on what's happening. Just needs that scout. to know that Phoenixes are going to be necessary. So far, he's in the dark. As we're pointing out here, Spire still not scouted. Cyril is throwing down a Bailey Nest as well to help reinforce. To help round out his army. Oh boy, and these mutas, they could just completely blindside Hero. You can see Hero, he's walling up. He's walling up, throwing down more gateways, cannons, shield batteries. He is turtling here, looking to secure himself on 4 bases and start working towards a later game. This is what we saw against Raynor, fun fact. But he doesn't know what Cyril is up to, and he's not quite ready for it. He does have some stack defense, but I believe he doesn't have them covering his mineral lines. And that's dangerous. Blink is about to finish. He's got a handful of Stalkers to work with. Oracle dips in. We get a revelation, but I believe we have yet to see the mutas, as mutas have arrived. They're moving out, skirting the edge of the map. Oh, and again, we are not ready for it. We have a shield battery here at the 3rd base. No cannon. Shield battery isn't covering the entire middle line either. These mutas, they are surprised. They are going to be catching Hero off guard, and we do head into that probe line. And workers are going to be going down. Big damage here. Hero at the same time he's pushing out across the map. He's committed. Phoenix to start up. Stalkers are being warped in. Zealots, they run into the Roach Ravager army. And the Zealots, they're going to be shut down. Yeah, Cyril, he just collapses on these Zealots. At the same time, mutas, they wreak havoc in the main bases. 14, 15 probes. We're dealing a critical amount of damage. Again, we had no idea that mutas were on the way. We were woefully underprepared. We got 16 probes. That's an entire mineral line worth of workers, and we're not done. And we're done. 16 probes go down. We still have a handful of mutas left over. It looks like we should eventually be cleaned up, though, as the mutas are forced back. And now Heroes, he's in a rough position. He's suddenly even worse off economically. Sure, he's turtling on 4 bases, but he's stuck rebuilding all those probes. And Cyril has control of the map. He has control of this game. He's taking the gold. He's taken the gold base, and he isn't really going to be punished for it. From here, Cyril, he can double expand. Hive is about to finish up for Adrenal, working towards an Ultra Cavern, Greater Spire, Vipers. Cyril can kind of get into whatever he wants from here. Now, what I will say, as Bailey's are rolling in towards the mineral line, oh, go clutch force fields, very nice force fields, oh my god. Despite that, the Baileys, they do crash in, nonetheless, it's still just such an overwhelming Zerg army. We head into the mineral line, we will barely make it in, and we crash on forward. 14 probes go down, and so will the Nexus. One more volley, we do get it. The base does fall, and Hero, he's hurting. He's hurting so much right now. Again, the Muta switch caught him completely off guard. And with the completion of that Hive, what do we throw down? A Greater Spire. May as well, we already have the Spire. Now the Greater Spire on the way. Cyril going to be working towards Broodlords. He's already got his gold base up and running. Taking another expansion on the right hand side. Lings, they come in for a cancel. Ooh, and we do force another cancel. Ay, ay, ay. Hero just cannot get his 4th. Not like this. Isn't this a map every Zerg vetoed against Protoss? There's no vetoes. No vetoes in this, in our best of 9. But when it comes to this map, the biggest feature here is, as we're seeing, like, Heroes trying to turtle up. Like, you can set up one of these 4 bases very well. As I say that, Hero can't actually hold on to his 4th with it, which is something that we don't see too often. But, like, Protoss players, they can turtle up here and they can max out on Skytoss. That is true. The downside for Protoss players on this map is that it is very easy for the Zerg player to gain map control. You can see here that Cyril and even Raynor before him, and even Dark before him, you can gain map control, you can take every base on this map, and economically you're going to be perfectly fine. It's going to be so difficult for the Protoss player to expand and take a 5th. This is applicable to both PVZ and TVZ on Golden Aura, where very often the Zerg player takes control of the map itself, and the Protoss and Terran have a hard time taking a 5th base and taking a 6th base as well. And we do end up in these kind of like mined out situations because there aren't that many bases on this map. Meanwhile, Broodlords have arrived. Hive is done and Broodlords are pushing in. We have Queens underneath them to support and to transfuse. Are we overextending though, as we do need some ground support? There we go, 1 Broodlord goes down. Good pick off there by Hero. As we do see him just turtling up here, building up a pretty insane immortal count. But again, that's why the Broodlords, they have hit the field. Stalkers coming in, trying to focus them down. We do get 1, we get 2. We are focusing on as many of these Broodlords as we can, but we're running out of Stalkers. We are running out as we collapse here on the Immortals. Archons are falling one after the other. The Immortals as well. We do pop the Overcharge. Overcharge barely keeping the Immortals alive. But again, from here, Serral, he can just remax once again on more Broodlords. Now we do see Hero being forced into a more Stalker-heavy composition. Still has a decent amount of Immortals left over. Still has those Immortals. As the Prism does slip into the main base. Corruptors are nearby. Prism does have to take care when it comes to getting out of here. And again, Serral just poking and prodding wherever he can. Hero is trying to sneak out of 5th. He's trying to sneak out of 5th base, but Serral has eyes on it. And again, he should not allow this 5th to get up and running. With the amount of map control that Serral has, the 5th should not get up. But we'll see if we can somehow squeeze it out. There we get a surround. We force a cancel. Balins, they crash in. They depower the Robos. Again, Hero, he's still struggling to hold on. Now, just like the previous game, Hero, he's on the road to maxing out. Doesn't have a good economy, but Hero, he's so close to reaching that critical mass of 200 supply. And what kind of army composition are we working with? We have a handful of Archons, a handful of Immortals. We have mainly a Blink Stalker based army. Oh, and we have the Storms. Decent Storms here. We do graze the Lings. But we don't have that many Storms left. I think we have 1 more in the chamber. Good kiting so far with the Broodlords. A Broodlord goes down. Decent Storm here on top of the army. And we commit, and we pounce with the Ling Bane. We were waiting for the blink from Hero. He exposes his Stalkers. We collapse on his army. And the Stalkers are getting annihilated here. Serral taking a beautiful fight. You can see Hero trying to punish these Broodlords. He goes for another dive. He gets 1 Broodlord, but only 1. Just really good positioning here from Serral, making sure that his Broodlords are never exposed. He always has something to support them as he babysits his siege units. And again, there's just no good answer. Stalkers, they can deal with a low amount of Broodlords, but at a certain point, they are just not enough. And without Skytoss, Broodlords, they reign supreme. GG gets called, and Serral will take a 2-0 lead in our grand finals. GG. What is this music? This is the SE2 menu music. Oh my god. Okay. We're just going through all of the SE2 OST. GG, well played. A solid game there out of Serral. Again, Hero, he had a hard time really gaining much momentum here in this game. Really, things were close until the Mutas. Basically, the Muta switch was the moment when Serral took control of the game. He killed an entire mineral line worth of workers. He forced the army to respond, to turn back around. The fact that the spy didn't get scattered was devastating. And if it wasn't for that, we would have seen a closer back and forth. Hero would have had a good economy. He would have been able to max out on 4 bases, take a 5th. It would have been a very different game. But the Mutas, they did reign supreme there for Serral, and there was a seamless transition into a greater Spire from there as well. So a solid game there from Serral. Hero unable to get a read on what Serral was up to, but now we're heading into game number 3, and we are headed towards Radis's Station, and this is going to be a wild one. This is going to be a wild one here because Radis's Station has very, very distinct features. We have seen Cyril compete here before. We've seen him against Cure a couple of times. We've seen him against some Protoss players a couple of times as well. This map is known for the ability for the Protoss to rush into Skytoss. Is Hero willing to do that though? Radisson Station can be really weird because it can really favor hyper greed and just really greedy play, or you can take advantage of that, hope that your opponent is cutting corners being really greedy, and go for an all-in. You can go for an all-in instead to like try to punish your opponent. The problem is that if you're going all-in, the map is working against you. Like there's a lot working against you if you're going all-in in the hopes that your opponent is being too greedy. So we'll see. We'll see what we go for. We'll see what Hero's approach is going to be. And I'm mainly looking at Hero here. Cyril, of course, has been looking quite strong so far. Again, game 1 was quite comfortable. A lot of it came down to the map. Game 2 as well, the Muta Switch, the Hidden Spire, was able to give him a big edge as well. And now we're getting into game 3. Here we go. In the top right-hand corner, we have Cyril for Basilisk. And in the bottom left, we have his opponent. We have Hero for Dragon Kaiser Game. Again, we're getting into what is supposed to be a much more comfortable map for Hero. What I will say, though, is that is Hero one to turtle into Skytoss? We saw it against Raynor that one time on Golden Aura. That's true. Did do it against Raynor. Will he do it here against Cyril? Will he try to just turtle up on 4 bases, rush into Skytoss, rush into carriers, and force a late game? I'd love to see it. I'm really impressed with Hero's late game whenever we do get eyes on it. If you remember, there was some amazing games the previous map pool on the snow map. Oh god, what was it called? Altitude, that's it. Thank god. On Altitude, we saw a Hero in a lot of late game on that map. That was like the macro map of the previous map pool. And Hero would often make use of his mothership in ways that we often don't see. In a very proactive manner, where he would be using the mothership to not just like counterattack and dive, but to like reposition and hit some of the bases, just like rotate back and forth over and over again, and actually outmaneuver the Zerg player multiple times. Like, it was really cool to see Hero just, yeah, be really proactive with his mothership and have it ready to like respond and have multiple recalls available. We'll see if we can get to that stage of the game. I would love to see it, but we'll see if that's where Radisson Station takes us. And Altitude is still a very different map compared to, compared to Radisson Station. This map, of course, has a pocket base. There's a pocket base here, a free third or a free fourth, essentially. The fourth base as well is very defendable. A lot of choke points, only one avenue or one point of attack, so very easy to defend on 4 bases. Likewise, the rush distance by ground is the longest it is in the entire map pool. Longest rush distance map in the map pool. As we do see several. Interesting. He has, oh my god, he has been going for some really economic openers. We're going gas first. We're going for a link flood. Okay, I mean, Cyril, he knows that there's certain features of Radisson Station he doesn't want it. He doesn't want a long game. He doesn't want a late game on Radisson Station. Going for a massive link flood. Behind it, he's rushing into a lair. The lair is throwing me off. This lair could be for a Link Queen Nidus all-in. It could be for Drop a Lord play. I'm curious what this lair's purpose is for Cyril. As we are sending more and more links across the map. Cyril, he's cutting workers at 19. Cyril, he's completely all in. It's all or nothing for our blue Zerg player. Again, he knows about Radisson Station. He's like, nah, I don't want to get into a late game. I don't want you to get into your Skytoss. Not on this map. We're ending this one way or another. Hero does fully wall off. Lings, they do slip in. Again, the fasting speed catching Hero a bit off guard. Does lose a probe. More lings are amassing. The wall is a wall. Lair is done. And there it is. Nidus. Nidus Worm on the way. And Drop a Lords as well. ¿Por qué no los dos? Why not both? I was like, is it one or the other? Is it Nidus or Drop a Lord? It's both. We have Drop Lords to get into the main base. We have the Nidus to reinforce as well. Again, completely all in here from Cyril. And Hero doesn't know. He's still in the dark. He's now checking with the Oracle. Does confirm the lack of saturation. Alarms should be ringing here for Hero, throwing down shield batteries, but he doesn't see the drop alert. No! He doesn't see. He's expecting a push here at the front door. Drop alerts into the pocket, drop alerts into the main base. Nidus on the way as well, and Hero sees nothing. He has no idea the Nidus is in production. And the Lings, they do reveal themselves. The jig is up, probes are going down, Hero's being pulled apart. The Queens have arrived. We have an answer for the Oracles. And the Lings, they do pull back, they engage with the probes. Good micro here out of Cyril so far, keeping those Queens alive, juggling the Queens. And the Lings, they just go to town here. 17 probes go down. But we need to do more. We need to do more than just kill probes because we are all in. The Nidus falls. Hero, he's holding. Hero, he's holding on. Did a lot of damage to those Queens. Shuts down the drop lord, shuts down the Nidus. And remember, Hero has a better economy. He has better mining here. Cyril is all in. Hero is not. Cyril needs to do more. Another Nidus on the way. We're finished. We do have a tumor in the main base, which does provide vision. So we can just keep throwing down Nidus worms. Cyril rotating over towards the right-hand side, getting ready for a drop into the pocket base, I imagine. And Cyril is still not droning, by the way. He's still not making workers. He's still all in. It's still all or nothing. And here, as time goes on, the stronger he becomes. He's making more oracles, more warp-ins. Shield batteries topped up, full of energy. And now we're oh god. Now we're droning. That Queen is low, by the way. We could go for the dive. When we think about it. We do think about it. Hero, he confirms that there's drones. He confirms the lack of third base. Hero is miles ahead. Miles ahead at this point, as from this point, he can just freely expand. He can freely just take his third base. It's safe and sound. There's a pocket base here. Hero was already going to be comfortable on a map like Radisson Station, and even more so, as he wants to break through the Queens. A Void Ray and 3 Oracles. He's going straight for the Queens. A high energy one as well. And we will focus it down. The Queen will fall. We get one Queen, and we're going to get another. 2 Queens go down. We get a third Queen. We could even get the fourth. Oh, we do dive into the Nidus. We save the Queens just barely. But what about the drones? Can we save the drones? Ay, ay, ay. Lings, they race back home. Getting into the Nidus worm. Nidus does finish. Cyril, he is committed. He's here hoping to deny the third. These Queens still very low. Very low Queens. We kill a pylon. Do we get a kill on that pylon? We're doubling down on Oracle production. We're still making more Oracles, by the way. Still making more Oracles, as yeah, Cyril has to get the hell out of here. And this will delay the third base at least. You can see Cyril, he's droning up as hard as he can, but still behind in workers, still behind in the economy. Yep, there it is. It's Radisson Station. What do we need? Sky Toss. Let's go. Again, Hero, he's under no danger of dying anytime soon. Like, there's nothing threatening Hero he can expect, other than the Nidus Worms, of course. But outside of Nidus Worms, like, he's fine to just take his third, probe up, take up into Sky Toss, into carriers, and it's really the pressure's on Cyril here to bounce back. Does have a lot of Queens. Oh, Hero overextending. Dives on top of this. We'll be losing a lot of Oracles. Yeah, not quite worth it here for Hero. No Spore in the main base. There was potential for damage. Get a couple of drones. We deny mining time. Oh, any economic damage is good here against Cyril, just because he doesn't have a lot of workers to begin with. He's only on 33 drones. And this is going to be a rough road to recovery here for Cyril. Not impossible, but difficult. Very, very difficult. Almost impossible. He's getting into the Hydras. Interesting. Going to be getting into Hydra production. With this, we can maybe go for a Hydra-based all-in. I'm leaning more in favor of going for an all-in on 3 bases, more so than macroing out of this, just because of how far behind we are. But we have a Evo chamber on the way for +1 range. We have Hydra range as well. Cyril's taking a third. it does look like Serral wants to try to macro, wants to try to drone and get out of this. And try to get out of this situation economically. But even more drones go down. 3. We barely have an economy to begin with. The spore isn't done either. We come in from behind and we get even more drones here at the natural. Oof. 7 workers full in total. And yeah, the carriers are on the way. I do appreciate as well that here he's diversifying his army. He's going into Charge, Temple Archives, Archon, Storm. I actually think that this is also a really good game for Hero to just kind of like settle his mindset as well. Like, a lot of these games have been very intense and very, yeah, just very chaotic. But now Hero, he can just chill. He can just chill out, harassing with his oracles, picking off drones. He's having fun. He's enjoying himself. As we are going to be knocking down those rocks. Rocks being knocked down. Hydras are in production here for Serral. He's drawn up to 56. Still down to 14 drones compared to his opponent. Carriers have been revealed. Serral is now aware of the Sky Toss. And he throws down Infestation Bits. With this, he can work towards Hive Tech, towards Vipers. Vipers can support Hydras quite well. But Hero still has a massive supply lead. Now, okay, is there a way for Serral to come back? There is. Ideally, there's a chance, especially because he still has like Drop Lord tech, he could maybe go for like Baneling drops, Ling run-bys, Ling harass, Nidus play, try to somehow cripple the economy. The problem here, especially on Rad's Station, is because it's so defendable, Hero's chilling back at home. He's not moving out, he's not being active. He's not giving Serral the opportunity to actually come in with any kind of counterattacks or run-bys. Especially because of the map of choice, like there's very little. Oh, we do catch some of the oracles. Nice pickups. But there's like not really multiple angles of attack. There's like one main attack path that Hero has to worry about. So attention wise, it's difficult to really split apart that attention of Hero on this map. And based on this base layout, Hero even racing into the gold as well. Oh boy. Now, what I will say is that this goal base is more exposed. It's very wide open here at this goal base location. So Serral could try to punish this. He could try to have a good fight here out in the open. Infestors are in production. Neural is on the way. That's an interesting one. Serral's main army may be lacking, but if he can neural a good amount of carriers, then maybe we can turn things on their head a little bit here. Fight back against Hero. As we're getting into Storm, which means we're going to have High Templar, which means we have feedbacks available. Big stasis right here on the right hand side. We catch three of those drones. Likewise, another 3 did go down as well. We do at least catch the Oracle. Oracle has been caught. Meanwhile, that is 8 carriers, by the way. We have 8 carriers. We have Storm. We have High Templar. We have Charge Lots. We're working towards double Robo Colossus production. I imagine Colossus or maybe even Disruptors. Both could work. Both could work here. As we're just waiting for Hero to eventually max out. Serral has been able to drone up quite nicely up to 71. Zealot drop comes into the pocket base, so we're looking to deny this hatchery, and can we? Oh, we can. It's going to be close, and that's we force a cancel on that hatchery on the pocket base. Delta come back in. They are forced out. Serral working towards Ultra Tech. Ultra Cavern on the way. It's going to be Ling Bane or Ling Hydra Ultra Infestor for the time being. And again, there's a lot of potential with those Infestors. Like that's the Hail Mary play for Serral. Is if he can take a good fight, neural the carriers or neural anything really. Use that to fight back against Hero. Meanwhile, Hero taking another base. Taking a 5th here. Very secure. 5th base on the way. Disruptors well underway as well. We're not going for Colossus. We're going for Disruptors instead. Spire in production here for Serral. No Corruptors for the time being, but we're working towards that. How many Hydras do we have? I'm concerned we might not even have enough anti-air. Some of the Hydras, they are busy. They are tied up. And here we go. The push from Hero has been building up towards this moment. Again, he's got 8 carriers. He's got a good amount of High Templar, Storm, Disruptors. He does have a Death Ball of a Protoss army. Meanwhile, Serral is still working on his. So he doesn't have any Lurkers. He has Ultras to reinforce and mainly Hydras as his anti-air. The problem here is that these Hydras are so vulnerable against both the Disruptors and the Storm. And if the Hydras fall, everything falls. Because that is the anti-air we have to work with. That is Hydras. So there's going to be a very tense moment here for Serral. Trying to keep up. Hero backs off. Now the question now becomes, is Hero giving Serral too much time? Both armies are maxed. I would still favor Hero. Like, just because we're at 200 supply doesn't mean that it's good 200 supply. The soup does lie. It's something to bear in mind. As we can see Hero refining his army, clearing up some supply for a more efficient army instead. Likewise, again, we mentioned Serral doesn't have any Corruptors. He has limited Hydras. He has mainly Queens, actually, so Queens with Hydras to support as his anti-air. He has Microbial Shroud. That's going to be an interesting one. Unfortunately, Microbial Shroud doesn't help you against Storm or Disruptors, so we have the counter to that in a way. Here we go, we are pushing out. Queens are getting caught. Big Novas go up. Big connect. Oh my god. Big connections on the Queens. Yeah, that's a big blow to the anti-air of Serral. He is remaxing though with Corruptors. They are 0-0 though. 0-0 upgrades for the time being. But Corruptors are on the horizon. Army gets seen backing off, and Hero's taking a slow, methodical approach here to this fight, to this game. He had a massive lead after the failed all-in, and what did he do with it? Well, he maxed out with Sky Toss. It maxed out in the end, forces a cancel. Rotates around. Big revelation here on the investors. Yeah, we just bully Serral back. This base, it's gonna fall. There's no saving it. Serral gonna be knocked down to 4 hatcheries. Another big revelation. In this position, I would love to see Tempest as the reinforcing units, but it looks like we're going for a ground toss transition. We have Blink on the way, shield upgrades, additional gateways, another Robo. As again, Hero, he's taking a slow approach. Now, because he's going slow and methodically, this does mean that Serral is remaxing with Corruptors. And he's finishing up his 1-1 upgrades. His Corruptors, they won't be, you know, horribly upgraded anymore. They're going to have a fighting chance. We're out on creep. Army is zoned away with those Novas. Serral, she's looking for a better angle of attack. Show us the yoinks. Show us the abductions. Not quite yet, though. But again, Serral, he's hoping that maybe Hero overextends and exposes himself. Remaxing with more Corruptors. Looking for that yoink, looking for that abduct. Nova's going to be going up. Not quite connecting. Oh, do connect there with the Ultra. And you can see the gold base is getting up. Not quite running yet. The goal here for Hero is to deny that gold. Prism is here with the main army. Can reinforce. And Cyril forced the back off. Does get the Oracle, but this skull base is going to be going down. So once again, here he's just denying the base. Denying the 5th. Containing Cyril to 4 bases over and over again. Now, what's important is, again, that Cyril, as he's been bleeding out a couple of units here and there, he's still making more Corruptors. He's getting a better army. He is refining it. Good concave here out of Cyril as well. Meanwhile, here we're going to be rotating around once again to the other 4. Oh, Cyril going to be coming in first round. Nova goes off, does connect with an Infestor. Big fungals. Yeah, here come the storms. The storms on the entire Zerg army. Feedbacks as well. Microbo Shroud thrown down. And can we deal with the carriers? The answer, though, is no. The carriers, they said, were the interceptors? The interceptors, they've been cleaned up. We barely cleaned up the interceptors. The carriers are forced back, but we keep them alive. Cyril gonna be pushing out. We have Stalkers to reinforce this army here for Hero. We have 19 Corruptors on the way. We do have a Greater Spire. We can morph in Broodlords, I believe. Yeah, it's not just 19 Corruptors. We have 8 Ultras as well. Bearing in mind, the carriers did survive. Hero still has a terrifying army. Does hold on to his base. Ooh, Immortals. I do like this. Okay, so we have to take stock here. Hero, he's remaxing with Stalker, Immortal, High Templar with Storm as well. Meanwhile, Cell is working on Corruptor, Ultra, and I believe he did not rebuild his Infestors. He lost a lot of Infestors in that previous fight, so he won't have the Neurals like he did previously. He won't have many Fungals available either. Yeah, he's got that one Infestor that survived the fight. So I still want to favor Hero's composition, but that's a lot of Stalkers. We'll see. We shall see as we are pushing in. And that is a lot of Ultras, mainly Ultra-based army. We do get one big Fungal. One massive Fungal on the army. Storm's going to be thrown down. We dive on top of the carriers. The carrier count is going to be reset. And the Ultras, they collapse here on the Immortals. Big trade here for Cyril. We do have another reinforcing Immortal. The Archons somehow broke through. Oh my god, a massive Zealot counterattack. Base going to be going down. There we go. We have 4 more Infestors on the way. Lings are coming in to reinforce. Honestly, Lings, they can have their way with this. They're amazing against both Stalkers and Immortals. Carriers are coming in, but we have plenty of Corruptors here in the air. No shot. Cyril, he's going to clean this up. He's going for those carriers, but the Zealots. Hero does have a large bank. Like, he still has money behind this, but he loses every single carrier. Like, Skytoss is not the answer. Not anymore. Zelt's going to be going down. Corruptors, they're looking for some value. They're looking for anything, really. And they're going to be going for the base. Big caustic spray. Nexus goes down. Now, what is concerning, though, is that Cyril doesn't have a bank. He just took a base. He just took the 5th base, which is so important. He's working on those minerals. A couple of Corruptors being shaved off here. Cyril remaxing with 5 more Infestors. So I do appreciate that he's going back into Infestors, going back into Fungal Growths. Broodlords are on the way. Oh, and I'm getting some deja vu. I'm getting some deja vu here. How do we deal with the Broodlords exactly? No Tempest. No Tempest here from Hero. He's got a handful of Stalkers. Good Fungal slowing down the army. Broodlords are about to finish up. And Cyril, again, so patient play here at a Hero, but did he give Cyril too much time? Did he allow Cyril to build up a bank? Storm does connect with those Broodlords. Broodlords have been revealed. Hero's backing off. Here, he has to back off. He did kill the base, though. So once again, he denies the 5th. Once again, Cyril is out of money. But Hero, he's also running out of minerals. When I say money, minerals are running out for our players. Cyril needs another base. Clutch Cloak there from Hero. Pushing back. Meanwhile, Cyril takes down a Nexus of Hero. As Hero pushes forward, cashes a Broodlord. Gets on top of the economy, forcing Cyril back. Cyril forced to retreat further and further back here. He has Broodlords, but not much else. There's not much else on the ground. Fungals will be connecting. Ling's going for a big counter attack. As Hero has to pull back. Has to respect those Broodlords. 25 probes went down across the map. Hero forced the warp in. Forced the recall. Does recall back home. And again, I feel like all that Hero has to do is just rotate around, deny the gold. The gold base is being taken by Serral, and it needs to be stopped. If Hero can do that, and if he can take his own expansion, ideally, that he can maintain himself. Oh, the Infestors, full of energy. They are topped up. Decent storms. Grazing the Lings, but I feel like maybe we were a little bit too premature with that. Yeah, the Broodlords once again forcing the army back. Looks like we will deny that gold base. Yeah, Serral, he does evacuate. Fungal doesn't quite connect. The base falls. Oh, we do catch a Stalker. Oh, we get a couple. 2 Stalkers going to be going down, and Immortal as well. Big pickoffs. Again, trading energy for units right now. Rough trades for Hero. He's being forced back. Remember, recall is on cooldown. He cannot recall. Not back home. Meanwhile, Serral double expanding. He's taking the base on the right-hand side, and it looks like he wants to retake the gold. But the army is still here. Overseer goes down. See Serral just sneaking out that drone, trying to sneak out that gold base. Still very close. Overall, I want to give the edge to Serral right now because of the Broodlords. Like, he's got so many Broodlords, and he's going to take ground toss army, and he's got even more Broodlords on the way. Hero rotates around. He catches another base. Again, I would love to see a commitment into Sky Toss again for Hero, whether it's like Void Ray or Tempest. Maybe I should believe, but I don't know. That's a lot of Broods. They take down an Archon immediately. Storm zones back the army. Big Fungal here. On the Oracle, on the Prism, on the army as well. And yeah, the Broodlords, they just bully this back. The Cloak, not going to be good enough. We do dive on top of the Broods, but there's still just so many of them. The Stalkers, they're going down. They're being locked down by the Fungals. Yeah, and Serral, he's just picking this army apart. The Broodlord Infestor are just too efficient here against a ground army. This transition's too late. You can see here in the production tab, Void Rays. Void Rays are on the way. I would have liked this a lot sooner. This feels too late, especially because Hero doesn't have a bank. He doesn't have a base. Doesn't have mining. He's getting caught out. No god, the Fungals. We catch the final carrier. It's going to be going down. No shots. Serral, he has done it. He had a disastrous start, by the way. He was down a base. He was down 20 workers. Remember, it was a failed Ling Queen Nidus all-in. And it did fail. Hero had a great start. And maybe he was a little bit too passive. Maybe he did just rest a little bit too much on his laurels. Allowed Serral to max out. Initially, I thought it was fine, especially when Serral was on Hydra. But again, once the Broodlord transition was upon us, Hero, his army was being outscaled. And now Hero has nothing left. He has nothing left. No mining, no economy. The Void Rays, they dive in. GG gets called, and Serral, he's crazy. He somehow comes back. This was a rough game for Serral, mate. Like the first half of this game was very clearly in favor of Hero. He had such a strong start, such a powerful start. And Hero, he's like, okay, I've got a lead. I'ma just extend that lead, right? I'ma just chill. I'ma take my 4th, my 5th. I'ma rush into Sky Toss. We'll just max out. We'll be fine. No. And likewise, Serral was also very patient. You could definitely argue that Hero should have been a little bit more assertive with his play and more aggressive in general. It is difficult to be aggressive on this map, though, on Razz Station. And yes, Serral, I was worried that his Broodlord transition was too late. I was worried that his Spire was too late. But no, he was able to ease his way into it, into the Corruptors, into the Broodlords. At a certain point, Hero switched to Ground Toss. At a certain point, Hero did switch to Ground Toss after his carriers got reset. I think that was good initially, but once the corruptor count got low enough, once the broodlords count started going higher, we needed to get out of ground toss back into sky toss. We need to be a little bit more flexible with our army compositions here. And again, stuck with a ground-based army against that many broodlords, you saw how one-sided fights can be. You saw how like one-sided things can be here. It's so difficult to close that gap and to dive on top of that army with blink stalkers. Typically, you need what happened previously, right? Like I was getting deja vu of side delta. For those that were here earlier, we casted Raynor versus Hero on side delta in a very similar situation where Raynor had broodlords and he had a massive amount of brood, not as many as several, but he had a massive amount of broodlords, and Hero was stuck with a ground army. So it kind of makes sense, right? Like we've seen this situation play out before. The problem is that in that game, Hero was doing a great job counterattacking and forcing Raynor to split up his army, split up his forces, and be caught out of position, right? On Razor Station, it's harder to do that just because like the bases are so congested. You're not really spread out that much. And Hero wasn't going for like split pushes. He was going for like these big rotations instead. So Serral, there wasn't really an opportunity for Serral to be pulled out of position and to force to split his army. So yeah, unfortunately, Hero, he made some magic happen against Raynor earlier, not here against Serral in a similar position. Similar just because there was still like so much different about this kind of game state and so much different about just where we were, and that's crazy. This is a rough loss for Hero. I don't blame the break. The players, they just asked for a break. They need a moment to compose themselves, and this was meant to be Hero's game. This was meant to be Hero's game. This was meant to be his moment to bounce back and to get a point on the board, and it's very impressive that Serral was able to hold on and to fight back the way that he did. Very impressive. Scary. Like this is one of those games that you don't just win, but you're attacking the soul of Hero. Like this is a bit of a soul crushing loss here, where again the break does make a lot of sense. I think Hero needs a moment we need to breathe. We need to take a breath. We need to calm things down. You know, take a bit of a lap around the kitchen or something. We need to because that was that's a rough loss. That's a rough one there for Hero, and oh boy, we'll see if we can bounce back. We'll see if we can come back here in game number 4. See, I can't even maintain mental laddering. That's another thing here about competitive play. You know, like some of these losses can be brutal. We've seen a lot of players get really emotional. You know, there's players like Raynor, players like Creator, right? Where even Serral as well. We've seen frustration out of Serral at times. Even though he's known for being like a bit of a machine, a bit of a robot, being a little bit emotionless, but that's not always the case. So yeah, Hero, he needs some time here, and hopefully we can bounce back. Like it's really cool to see like a dominant performance, and Serral is looking scary, but I want it back and forth. You know, I want to sink our teeth into this series, and you know, have an extended series as well. We'll see if we can make that happen. We'll see if we can get more games out of these players, or if Serral wins 4-0. No, oh boy. Here we go. Lesson learned, can't let Serral live, right? Like, because like I don't want to criticize Hero's decision to go for to like get further ahead, to expand and to max out. I think that was the correct decision, to be honest. Like I think, especially on Radisson Station, you know, like you have a lead, just chill, max out, right? Take more bases. I don't think there was anything wrong with that, but yeah, like, God. Serral, the way that he was able to handle that situation on his end, right? To rely a lot on going into Mass Infestor. He even had some neurals taking down some of those carriers as well. Being set up for his own switch, for his own Corruptor switch. Was brutal, and we'll see. We'll see if we can bounce back from here. Again, next game is going to be on Hard Lead. Hard Lead is going to be an interesting one. It is a much smaller map, much shorter rush distance by ground, shortest rush distance map in the map pool, by the way. So this wouldn't be a bad map for Serral to all in, to be honest. I know that Serral, he's known for his macro play, but I mean, clearly he's willing to do so. We saw it on Rad's Station. You know, he went for a Lin Queen Nidus all in. It failed, but he went for it. Hard lead is really good for something like Queen Walks. Like Queen Walks across the map, roach-based all-ins can be quite powerful here on hard lead. So that's definitely on the table for Serral, and he can start taking some risks. You know, one more win is all he needs. He can throw caution to the wind, and he can be more aggressive now. He has the freedom. Oh boy. See this? I can't believe this turned into a game. Crazy, Bobby, crazy. Tis crazy. But here we go. Hero, he's back. He's back. Oh, we had a short 5-minute break here for both of our players. And this is it. This is the moment. Hero, he's done amazingly so far. We did talk about it leading into this. Hero, he took every other Zerg player down. He took down Dark, the best Zerg player in South Korea. He took down Raynor, second in Europe, only to Serral. And now Serral is the final boss. He's the last Zerg, the best Zerg in the world, arguably the best player in the world. And Hero, he's been having a hard time here. Even when ahead. Is he really ahead? Against Serral. Can we fight back? I want to believe we can. I want to believe we can make a series out of this. He needs your help. He needs your support. Give your energy to Hero here. So even if you're a Serral fan, I'm sure you want more games. I'm sure you just want more games here of Serral. Let's go. Give, Bobby. Give. That's all I want. Oh, also, my apologies. I glossed over this. Hero, he didn't just take down Raynor and Dark. He 4-0'd Solar as well. He literally took down every other Zerg player out there. Like every other top Zerg player. Solar, Dark, Raynor, they all fell to Hero. Hero has been flexing his PvZ until Serral. Until Serral has arrived. The one Zerg to stand against him. And look dominant. Look terrifying. Look scary doing so. Aye, aye, aye. We go. Looks like they're just getting their lobby ready. Again, map order has already been chosen. Oh boy. And can we get a bit of a longer game here? Are we in game? I just heard like a chrono. I'm concerned. There we go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of hard lead, we have Serral for Team Basilisk. And in the bottom right-hand corner, here we go. He needs your help. He needs your support. It is Hero for CranKy Gaming. Serral, one game away. One more game is all he needs to win it all and become our Masters Coliseum 7 champion. Hero needs to fight back here and now to extend the series and to have a chance at forcing the ace match and have a chance at winning it all himself. Vámonos, buddy. Vámonos. We go. So do follow that probe. But Serral going for a safe opener. We do have a 15-15 out of our blue Zerg player. Oh, and we're going for a cannon rush. Oh my god. Okay. Hero going for a gate forge. Okay, so this is not your standard cannon rush. This is a quote-unquote macro cannon rush. Pylons are going to be thrown down. Cannons are going to be thrown down as well. The purpose of this build from Hero is not to go all in. This is designed to deny the expansion and to cancel the hatchery. From here, we can then expand back at home. From here, we can transition into a macro game. Notice cannons are on the way. Pylon has been scouted. Serral is aware. And we already have 3 cannons on the way. The hatchery does finish, and Serral, can he save this base? Can he save this natural base as he pulls all the boys? Oh my god, the boys, they have arrived. We get us around here on one of those cannons, on two of those cannons as well. Cannons that are about to complete. Good surface area. We have 2 more cannons on the way. And we're forcing a cancel. That was a kill. That was a kill, not a cancel. 1 cannon does complete, but there are still so many drones. And we're cleaning this up. We are clean. The Lings, they have arrived. Again, it was a hatch into pool. The Lings make it. The cannons are going down. We're getting some damage done though. 5 drones go down. But we will hold on to our base. Oh boy. We will hold on to our expansion here. Hero did deal some damage, but I don't think that's enough. 5 cannons for 5 drones. Trading 1 for 1. That is not a good trade for Hero. Ay. Again, this was designed to deny the expansion. As a result, he's down here in bases. His base is late. His expansion is late. He has an adept coming back at home. His tech is delayed as well. Like, you delay so much when going for a gate forge opener, and it wasn't worth it. Did not pay for itself. Did not end up paying for itself here. Cyril, he's going to be able to re-drone, replace all the workers that he lost, take a 3rd base, and have map control. Cyril, he's going to be comfortable from this moment forward, and Hero has to bounce back. Now, how do we? That's the question. Oh, proxy pylon. I'm not opposed to an all-in from here. I think going for a macro game from this point is going to be too difficult. There's just so much working against you. And I'm concerned for Hero. What do we commit? We're going for a proxy Stargate. Okay. I can get behind this. So, proxy Stargate. With this, the Oracle gets across the map a lot faster. We're hoping that Cyril delays spores. We're hoping that he delays spores. Right now, he's focusing on redroning. And if Cyril delays spores and delays queen production, then these Oracles can get a lot of damage done. There's potential. There's potential to bounce back. But there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure on these Oracles to actually trade well and to kill workers. At the same time, we have 2 adepts threatening the front line, keeping the attention here in the center of the map, not back at home. Right now, we're making our 3rd and 4th queen, I believe. So again, we don't have that many queens available at the moment for Cyril. Are on the way. Adept's going to be shading on forward. Now the question becomes, do we bank up Oracles and wait for the 2nd, or do we just send it with the 1st? I'm curious. As we are now up to 3 adepts in between the bases. 3rd base has been taken. See this chat. Cyril is in hard lead after that defense. Oh. True. Yeah, we do see him just droning on up, extending his worker lead. Adepts, they're going to be denying mining here at the 3rd base at least. We're now up to 4 adepts, and here we go. We did wait for 2 Oracles. We're diving into the mineral line, and we can't one-shot workers. We got 1, we got 2. 2 drones go down. Queens are keeping up. Oh, we have 3 queens in the main. Oh my god. We focused down an Oracle. 3. We got 4, 5 drones for a dead Oracle, though. Not quite worth it here for Hero. Ay. Not really expecting that many queens to be lying in wait in the main. And the Lings, we're looking for the proxy. We're looking for the Stargate, and we do come across it. We forced a cancel as well on that gateway. Now a 3rd Oracle has arrived. We do force some gas geysers. We do force some gas geysers here at the 3rd base. So we're going to be denying a little bit more mining here, but the 3 queens that have rotated over, this 3rd base is safe and sound. Cyril, he will depower, shut down that Stargate, and we're following up with a 2-base all-in. Glaive Adepts, we have 5 gateways on the way. We have a 6th gateway already done, so 6 Glaive Adept on 2 bases. We're going for a bit of a Hail Mary play here. We'll see if Hero can pull several parts. Again, he's not done yet. The aggression continues from Hero. It has to. Oh, he's gonna bleed out an Adept. 3rd base on the way. Now, bearing in mind, Cyril hasn't gone into the main. He doesn't know what's coming. He does see the third, though, which again could kind of lure him into a false sense of security. Could make him believe that Hero is macroing and going into a standard game. Oh, but here comes the Overseer. Big scouts. Overseer poised to go into the main base. He already has the Roach Warren. Roaches are amassing. Overseer coming in is going to get eyes on +1. Here come those Adepts. Again, we need to trade well here. If the Adepts go down without killing workers, then that is going to trigger a counterattack, and then Cero can knock down the third. Like, there's so much riding on these Adepts, and this third base is going to be so vulnerable if it doesn't get damage done. Behind this, we have Blink on the way. We commit to the Shade! Oh, the Roaches, they're lying in wait here, going to be trading with the Adepts. +1, still not done. We can focus on some of these drones. 4, 5, 6, 7 workers going down. We do Shade into the main, and we're getting even more damage done. So far, doing quite well here. 9 workers. The Adepts still alive, still threatening another Shade towards the natural. They will be cleaned up, though. And what's scary to me is Roach Speed. Roach Speed is 10 seconds away, and we're making Lings. As we mentioned, Cyril, upon dealing with those Adepts, he's counterattacking. He's going for a big counterattack at the third base, and Hero doesn't have much at home to defend. He's got a couple of Stalkers, but they don't have Blink. They do not have Blink. Where are the Lings, though? Yeah, we have so many Roaches regardless here, as Cyril goes for a big counterattack. Roach Speed is done. Lings coming out to reinforce, and this third base is looking so vulnerable. No shield battery, no cannons, no static defense. The Stalkers themselves going down one after the other. There is no Blink because of Glaives. And a Hero, he's bleeding out too much. You can see him shaking his head there. GG gets called, and Cyril will take the series 4-0, and he is our Masters Coliseum 7 champion. GG. Do I have the thing? GG, well played. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, wait, no, my apologies. Sorry, I thought we were on match point. 5 games. Ah, my apologies. 5 games, not 4. I can't do math, Poppy. Oh, God. We need to fight back. No one meant. I said we were on match point earlier. Okay. My bad, my bad. 4-game lead. Uno más. He's got another shot. He's got another shot. Send him back in. But yeah, that was a rough game. So talking about the game itself a little bit here. When it comes to the cannon rush, it was so unfortunate that Cyril had happened to go on for a 15-15. The purpose of the 15-15 here, one, you get a safer base, but you also get a faster spawning pool. I honestly imagine that if Cyril had gone for a hatch gas pool opener, a standard opener, we would have seen more success there. It would have been a little bit, we might have even killed the base, or we would have seen a different reaction. The Lings, they came out faster, we shut it down. It was a rough position. We went for the proxy Stargate. The Oracles didn't do enough damage either. They got shut down. We killed the second Oracle, which was brutal. Followed by the Glaive Adepts, which delays any other tech behind it, which again delays the third base, delays Blink for the Stalkers, delays any tech, and yeah, Cyril was just in control of that game. So my apologies. My apologies. I assumed it was going to be a 4. I assumed that game 4 was going to be the final game here. My brain is on best of 7 mind. Best of 9, 5. Math on stream. 5 games. Here we go. Now, can we fight back? We have another chance. Can we fight back, Papi? Can we bounce back in this series? Give. We're probably not going to see another cannon rush. Probably not going to see any more cannons here. I would hope so anyway. I would hope so. Oh. Here we go. Cyril needs one more. Uno más, papi. Uno más. Hero needs to win 4 games in a row to force the ace match. He needs to win 5 games in a row here. Has anyone done that? Is that a thing? In the history of StarCraft, I know that we've seen reverse sweeps, right? Like, what was it? Innovation versus Sulky in GSL. That was a thing. But in the best of 9, in the bottom right, we have Cyril for Basilisk. And in the bottom left, we have Hero for Dragon Kaizi Gaming. I know Sulky had like a crazy comeback, right? Like Sulky versus Innovation, GSL. I know that was a thing. Sorry, it wasn't Sulky, it was Innovation, right? But a best of 9. Has anyone pulled off a 5-game reverse sweep? Has that happened before? I don't think so. Ugh. (2013) Season 3 GSL. Yeah, that was a GSL 2013. Yeah, that was Innovation versus Sulky in the finals. That was crazy, man. It was crazy. So I'm just checking because I'm pretty sure that was the best of 7, right? Oh boy, but here we go. We're diving into game number 5 here. We have a standard opener out of Hero. Likewise, we have an interesting opener out of Serral, going for a Hatch Pool Gas opener. So very safe out of Serral once again. This time there is no Forge, there is no Cannon. Ah, let's go. Not here, not this time. Maybe season 1? I think Deer 1 versus SOS. Yeah, he did, yeah. Was it season 1? It's a long time ago. Fun fact, I wasn't watching GSL back in 2013. I was watching GSTL. GSTL. Yeah, there it is. So that was with Innovation. He was up 3-0, and then Sulky won 4 games in a row. That was the infamous reverse sweep where Sulky won GSL back in 2013. But again, have we ever had something like that before, especially in a best of 9, as we do have a Twilight Council opener. Okay, here we go. It's going to be a Twilight Council here out of Hero. With this, we can go into a couple of different directions as... Oh no! The link is barely slipping in. Not like this. We're getting a free scout of the main base. We get confirmation of the Robo, and we don't see the Twilight Council, but a Robo here is a big tell. You wouldn't have a Robo here if it was a Stargate opener, so Serral, he's aware. He does see enough to tell him to be defensive. To throw down an earlier Roach Warren. It is going to be Glaives. Glaive Adepts here from Hero. I mean, he wasn't doing too poorly with how much damage he was doing with his Glaive Adepts last game. He killed 9 drones. That was okay. That was okay. This should be 4-gate Glaive Adepts. Oh boy. Serral is aware. At around the 4-minute mark is when we should be throwing down the Roach Warren for now. Just going to be droning, making lings. It looks like we're pulling back into gas. We caught a glimpse of the main base there. There's the Roach Warren now in production at the 3-minute 40 mark. For now, it's 4-gate Glaive Adepts. If we pulled back into gas, this could be 4-gate Glaives with DTs behind it. We could still commit to a Dark Shrine. We could double down on aggression. Curious where this takes us. Oh. As here we go. Adept's going to be threatening the base. Prism is moving out. We're going to be committed here. So far, a really good reaction out of Serral. Safety Spore Crawler in case it is Dark Templar. We have the Spore covering the natural and the main. So really safe play here out of Serral, taking this very seriously. And it all comes down to his positioning. Whether he can keep up with these Adepts. Whether Hero can pull them apart and get economic damage done. So far, the Queens and Lings, they do pull back. Don't commit to the Shade. Adepts are getting a lot of damage done here to the hatchery. We have seen him kill the 3rd base before. And the Queens are going to have to commit here to the fight. Roaches are amassing. Do not commit to Shade. 1 Queen goes down. Good pick off. Good pick off on that Queen. Roaches are going to be engaging as well. We're going to be picking up a 2nd Queen. Ooh, as we fully wall off with the Spore. The Spore does fully wall off. We get another Queen. But we're holding. We are holding, and Serral doesn't lose any drones. Not yet. We still have a lot of Adepts. We go for another big warp in. Hero, he still has a chance. He can still fight back. Ooh. As here we go. We do once again not find a way into that main base, into that natural. The Roach is going toe-to-toe with these adepts. You can see him trying to focus on the hatchery. We drop into the main, but the Lings are in position. The Lings, they are lying in wait here. And Hero, he's losing all of his adepts. Now behind this, Hero, he's transitioning into Immortal production. We've got Immortals on the way that will help against the Roach counterattack. Lair is being produced. Cyril, he knows his health. He's droning. Cyril, he's droning on up. Saturating his bases, hasn't lost any workers whatsoever, which is crazy, by the way. No worker damage done. And now Cyril, he can just chill. Can chill out. Meanwhile, Hero, I'm curious if we take a third. We should be. He's got 2 Immortals, soon to be 3. There we go, third base is on the way. And Hero should be forced to be defensive back at home. Yeah, the Lings, they come in for a counterattack. Do we cancel the third? No shot. The army, it's out of position. Oh, the base is going to be cancelled. And we have to send it. We got to send it, Papi. Here we go. Hero moving out across the map with mass adepts. We have 3 Immortals behind this. We have the prison reinforced. We can juggle the Immortals as well. Hero's all in. Hero, he is all in with this. It's all or nothing. Cyril was droning. Got Ravagers on the way. Again, Hero, he rocks up with everything he has. It's all on the table here. All or nothing. Again, a good amount of Roaches. The Immortals going ham. We do commit to the shape. We get on top of the Ravagers. Good target firing here out of Hero, trying to focus him down. Clutch Transfuse, keeping those Ravagers alive. The Biles will connect. The Adepts are going down, but those Immortals are going ham. The Immortals are trying to break through. At the same time, Adepts, they shade into the natural. Oh, God, but the Immortals, they have no more support here. Oh. As they're being forced back, and Cyril, he is barely holding on. The Immortals survive. But we only get 3 drone kills. Only 3 workers go down. I think we were hoping for more than that. Cyril still has an economy behind this. So we've gone up to 4 Immortals. Now, at least Hero, he does retain his Immortal counts. Like, really good juggling overall, really good babysitting on his high-tech units. The Immortal count getting higher and higher, which is quite terrifying. But Cyril, he's dealt with the aggression for now. He's able to stabilize somewhat. We're going for another big warping of Adepts. Hero is expanding behind this. He is taking his third. Oh, God, but Cyril just doesn't budge. Doesn't budge at all here. Decent Biles. The Queens are getting low, though. Queens are getting low. The Biles once again forcing this back. Oh, we connect with the Adepts. The Biles, they do connect. The Immortal count getting terrifying, though. We're breaking through the Queens. The Queens are going down. The Lings, they come in for a surround, though. We collapse on the army. The Lings from behind. Just what we needed here against basically pure Immortal. And we are forcing this back. The Biles as well, they connect with the Immortals. We bring them down. Only 2 Immortals survive. And Hero, he's lost his army. He's lost his high-tech units. Does have a third base behind this. Does have a decent worker count. I'm just worried about the counterattack. I'm worried about the eventual counterattack from Cyril. We're still waiting on speed. We're waiting on Roach speed. These have been expensive losses for Hero. He's going for a Bay. He's going for a Bay behind this. Unfortunately, 2 Robotics Bays were a little bit flustered throughout this series. With this, we can get into Disruptors or Colossus, most likely Disruptors against Mass Roach Ravager. I'm pretty sure that second Bay is supposed to be a Robo for double Robo production. So yeah, there it is. Second Robo on the way. It is late though. It is delayed, which is a shame. That is going to impede the Disruptor production. Link is on the way. Hero so far doing a good job at just keeping his opponent contained, keeping Cyril back. But Cyril, he's intentionally staying on a low drone count. He's on 56 drones, and he is focusing on Link production right now. Again, Roach speed just now finishing up, which means Cyril can now counterattack. He can now push out. Hero taking a 4th. Hero does have a 4th base on the way. does have Blink on the horizon as well. I'm curious, is Cyril just going to focus on droning, or will he push out? Looks like he's just waiting to keep up with the Prism. He's just being defensive. And we're getting into a game. Okay. Hero just keeping Cyril busy as long as he doesn't lose the Immortals. As long as he doesn't lose them, he's going to be okay. Back at home, we are getting into Blink. We are getting into double Disruptor production. This fourth base, is potentially going to be cancelled. Big Link counterattack. We get on top of this. We get on top of this Nexus. And there's just too much DPS. We're going to force a cancel. Oof. A big delay there for Hero. His army, though, is looking quite hefty. Looking quite intense. 4 Immortals, 2 Disruptors, good amount of Blink Stalkers. Hero, he can make some magic happen here with this army. And again, Cyril still doesn't have the best economy either. He's trying to get into the gold base. If Cyril can survive this, if he can hold on, then he can make use of that gold. But until then, Hero, he can break through. Novas go off. Up! Oh my, the dodges! Really good dodges there from Cyril. He splits, he avoids the Novas, but we have 2 more behind this, 4 in total. Aye. Val's going to be slowing down the army. Nova goes off. Fifth base is denied. We do cancel the gold. Rotate around. Link's coming for another run by. Yeah, as Hero, he gets a good angle here. He goes straight for the hatchery. Gonna try to focus it down, but he's being forced back. Nova goes off. Connects with the Bailings. Good connections here from Hero. And you can see Hero starting to take a supply lead. He's trading well with these Blink Stalkers. And he still has so many Immortals in the back line. Cyril, he's up against the wall. He's bleeding out quite a bit. He wants to collapse on this, but the Novas, they force back the Roach Ravager over and over again. A good connection, taking down 2 more of those Ravagers. And we're running out of links. We're running out of steam. Hero looks like for the first time in quite some time, he has momentum. And it's the Bailings. They roll in. Big connections. 24 perps go down. But what about the main army? The economy doesn't matter. Not anymore. And Hero, he's fighting back. Oh my god. Off of the Glaive at Fs. Followed by the Immortals. GG gets called. And Hero, the comeback, has it begun? The comeback is possible here as Hero takes a game. GG. Let's go, Papi. Let's go. GG. Well played. Hero does take a game here on Alcyone. The Glaive Adepts didn't kill a lot of workers, is what I will say. The follow-up Immortal push did trade pretty well overall. And thankfully, Hero was able to keep those Immortals alive, was able to keep Cyril busy, and expand behind it. He was able to get up, get ahead when it comes to the economy, and eventually get into those Disruptors as well. GG, well played. Whew. Hero takes a game here. And can we bounce back? Can we go the distance? We have quite a number of matches ahead of us here. And what I think is important is that here, I'm hoping that Hero gets, again, not just a little bit of momentum when it comes to the series, but feels better about the series overall as well. Mentally, I mean, it's been a rough one. It's been a rough first couple of games. 4 losses in a row. But Hero, let's go. Let's go all the way, Papi. Can we force an ace match? Next game is going to be on Oceanborn, followed by Hecate, followed by Solaris. Interesting maps here. Oceanborn, short rush distance by ground. We can see quite a lot of aggression here from the side of Zerg. We haven't really seen that too much from Cyril, though. Outside of Radisson Station, he hasn't really been the aggressor. He hasn't been going all in. So we'll see what Hero can bring to the table on Oceanborn. We shall see. We shall see here. Meanwhile, Cyril, there's a bit of a blemish now on his record. He's not going undefeated. Hold on, I want to check the history here. Jesus, I just realized Cyril in the playoffs hasn't dropped a map until now. He 3-0'd Solar, he 3-0'd Maru, he 4-0'd Raynor, and Hero, our other finalist, is the only player to take a map off of Cyril. That's impressive. Again, if you ever doubted that Hero probably has the best PvZ in the world right now, better than Max Packs, better than Classic, taking everyone else down, Hero, he is the one to be here. He's the one to try to slip Serral up. He's the only one left to stop him. Let's go. Let us go. As in the top left hand corner, we have Serral for Basilisk. And in the bottom right, we have his opponent. We have Hero for Dragon Kaiser Gaming. Let's go. Let us go. As for now, we are going to be sending our probe across the map. It is going to be a pylon into our scout, into our denial of the expansion. Serral, for the first time in a while, not going for a 15-15, which means he will be forced to take the unnatural natural. The probe has arrived. Oh, and we'll get here. Oh my god, just barely not in time. Serral will take his expansion here. We'll get it up and running. Hero just 1 second off here from getting there. Clutch moves from Serral. Fun fact, to actually take that expansion, I don't know if you saw there, he cancelled the drone. He cancelled a worker, just have barely enough money to throw down that expansion. Let's go. And yeah, this is what we saw last game. It's going to be a hatch full gas opener. Really interesting. Really interesting opener here out of Serral. Really interesting build order, I should say, from him as we're easing into our next game, into Oceanborn. Back at home, Hero taking his expansion. And the question becomes, again, what kind of tech are we going to be working with? Hero, do we go for a Stargate? Do we go for a Twilight Council again? I'm not fond of going Glaive Adepts 2 games in a row. I'm not too fond of that, so we'll see. We'll see what direction we do go in here and where things do take us. I wouldn't be opposed to even a Stargate Void Ray opener, then into Glaive Adepts. We'll see though. For now, we're just waiting for the Cybercore to finish up, then we can see if we actually invest into Warpgate or if we delay Warpgate for a Stargate opener. Speaking of, Overlord is going to be camping the production here over the natural base. And it does confirm that Warpgate is not being researched. So that's a tell that it's going to be a Stargate opener. Stargate is on the way. Warpgate was delayed. And with this, we can either go into Oracle or Void Ray. Now, the Stargate is a little bit closer to the main base of Hero. So I'm curious if there's reasoning behind that, if we just want to be efficient, or if we are indeed going for a Void Ray instead. As the Stargate is on the way. Behind this, Serral is just taking his third, working towards link speed, droning up. Looking pretty comfortable back at home, just waiting for our tech of choice, and it is going to be the Oracle first. Okay, we do have the Oracle opener here out of Hero. Serral is dipping in to try to get a read on the first unit of choice as well, as he does pull back with the Overlord. So for now, we have a standard opener. Standard openers from both players, more or less. Hero going to be taking his third, on time, on location. Oracle moves out, and there we go. We have a second Oracle behind this. So it's going to be a triple Oracle opener into a third base. Everything is looking normal. Now, something that we haven't seen from Hero, and I'm curious if we're going to be seeing it here, is his AK charge. Against Serral, he hasn't actually done that. Not the way that he's been committing to against Raynor and Dark. So I'm curious. I'm curious if now is the time. So we keep an eye on him. See if he does go for that Twilight Council alongside Forge and commit into charge. Meanwhile, we do see the Oracle just dipping in between the bases. Takes a lot of damage here. Doesn't quite kill anything. Oh, taking even more damage, actually. Getting into the yellow there. Second Oracle does arrive. Third Oracle's on the way, and Serral is going to be confirming this. I'm loving the follow-up scout here from Serral, just confirming that there's no fast Twilight Council, there's no Void Ray follow-up. Adepts, they have arrived. There's that Forge, there's that +1. There's that Forge alongside Twilight Council. Adept's going to be threading a shade towards the main. Turn commit. Hero going to be pulling back. does pull back. Oracle's going to be amassing here on the right-hand side. Going to be threatening a dive as well. And there it is. Now, this is something that he's been doing for the past couple of days here. I did just bring it up about how Hero actually beat Dark. Like, every game that he won, it was off of 8-gate charge. It was crazy. Even did it against Raynor. How many gateways are we seeing? We had 2 gateways done, 6 gates on the way, 8-gate charge here out of Hero. He has yet to really do this against Serral in this series, and this is how he's been really having a dominant performance against a lot of Zerg players in this tournament, is 8-gate charge. Now, there are different variations of this. Hero has been going for double Robo Immortal behind this, or he can just double down and just commit to additional warp ins and try to break his opponent. We have seen him go for different directions after the initial push. So we'll see where he does take this. But it is a very aggressive build. Very aggressive. Oh, as an say shaded across something, they get caught out. Ay, ay, ay. Oracles are just a little bit too late there. 2 Adepts do fall. Zealots are being warped in. And so far, they're being hidden. That's what's important. We are hiding these Zealots. Ooh, Serral being a little bit greedy is taking up into an Infestation Pit. Uh-oh. Infestation Pit's on the way. He's joining up past 70, getting a 4th base. Serral being a little bit greedy here. Bailey Nest still on the way. Is he going to be punished for it? As he is taking and droning. Here come those Zealots. Now, to be fair, these Zealots are pushing. No Warp Prism. There's no Warp Prism with this army. We cannot reinforce. And you can see here is working on that next step. He's working towards Blink Stalkers. Zealots have been revealed. So far, Serral, he's keeping up. Oh, we do clean up some of these things. Nice catch there out of Hero. Good catch overall. He's rotating around. On top of that, we are committing to Mass Oracle. We do have 4 Oracles. We have a 5th Oracle that just arrived. Another big warping of Zealots. Again, it takes a while for the reinforcements to arrive, but they have arrived. And Hero, he's looking for a dive. He wants ideally the Queens. Does rotate around. He's going to be collapsing on these roaches, and there we go. The Oracles activate their pulsar beam. He goes straight for the Queens. And 1 Queen, 2, 3 Queens going to be going down. We get into the mineral line. Bailey's finishing up here, but no big connections. As we clean up every single Queen there at that 3rd base, we get into the mineral line. 13 drones go down. Good moves here out of Hero, taking down the final Queen. He will be cleaned up. The roaches should clean up all these Zealots, but we have reinforcements on the way. We come in here first round, and does Hero have enough? He does not. The roaches will hold. That was some good economic damage done. Again, he killed, I want to say, like 6 or 7 Queens. It was crazy. But Serral, he does have the supply lead, does have a massive roach army. Now, what I said before is that in past games, in past series, Hero would have followed this up with Immortal production. We don't have any Immortals here. We have Stalkers instead. Stalkers, they can trade well. But Blink is still on the way. Otherwise, they do force back the army. Army is being forced back. Serral instantly redroning. Oh my god. after losing over 10 workers, he's already droned up to 81. Recovering his economy. Rebuilding those Queens. Doesn't have as many as he once did. But he's making enough just to inject. He's making enough just to inject here. As Serral is looking to max out on Lingbane, Roach Ravager. Hive is done. Adrenal is on the way. And Hero is just working with a Swarm Toss army. Basically just mass gateway units. Zealots and Blink Stalkers. No Robo production, no Bay, no Templar Archives, no Storm, no Archons. Just Zealots and Stalkers. And I guess Oracles to support. It's a very aggressive style. And the problem with this style here is that it does get outscaled as the game goes on. Again, he has no splash damage. So this is just a very aggressive way to play this out, and we'll see if Hero can break through because Serral is maxed. He is maxed out. Zealot's going to be falling. Hero trying to take another base. We do see Serral pushing right through the center. He has been scouted. Good concave here with these Stalkers. Good concave overall. Banelings are rolling in. Roaches don't trade amazingly here against Stalkers, and with the overcharge, we force back Serral. Oh, here come the Banelings. Oh, that's a kill on a cancel. That's a kill on the base of Banelings. They crash into mineral line. 12 workers go down alongside a Nexus. And Serral is working towards Ultras. And the hive has been completed for quite some time. Adrenal is done. Ultras on the way. Hero is still stuck with a pure Blink Stalker army. Here we go, the Stalkers, they do push forward. At the same time, the Banelings, they get in! Oh, they get in. 21 probes go down. Ay, ay, ay. The picture-in-picture. Let's go. Hero, his economy in shambles. He's down to 60 workers. Big Link counterattack heading towards that base. Sure, Hero, he's dancing with the army. He's blinking well against the Lings and Banelings and Roaches, but he has nothing at home to defend. That's the problem. As he does kite well, does blink back. It's going to be a cancel. I'm hoping it was a cancel and a kill on the Nexus. As Lings, they continue to apply pressure here to the third base, and the Hero is being forced all the way back to his fourth. Again, does blink well, does trade well overall. The problem here is that Serral has an economy. So he has an economy, Hero less so. Serral is taking a good fight here. Picks off a lot of these Stalkers. Big Baneling connection as well. Oh, and so many Stalkers are going down. That was a brutal trade for Hero. +3 melee on the way, +2 carapace. Or will help Serral here. Stasis Trap's getting baited out. The Ultra Cavern is done. I'm not in love with going for Ultras right now, but we can. As we engage once again, big Stasis Trap here on the Ling Bane. But Serral's being forced back. Hero, he gains some ground. Does push in. Has been trading beautifully here with these Blink Stalkers. Oh, and can he barely break through? He can. He's forcing his way through the main army. Serral at the same time crippling the economy. 14 more pros go down. And the Stasis Trap has run out. It's run out. We get a big surround. The Banelings, they crash in. And Hero, he was gaining ground for a moment there, but if only he wasn't losing so many probes across the map. Serral, he's been relentless here with the Ling run-bys, with the Baneling run-bys. Making sure that Hero cannot sustain himself. And here come the Ultras. Here come the Ultras of Serral. Imagine if Hero did have a sustainable economy, if he had a 5th base behind this, if he was on 80 workers, he could just keep reinforcing and keep pushing. That's not the case. That's not the case. As more Stalkers are going down. The Zealots being zoned away by the Banelings. They're being zoned back. We force the overcharge. Decent Baneling connections. Decent splits there at a Hero. Against those Banelings. Serral may be overextending a little bit here because we have a massive amount of Stalkers. At the same time, another big Link counterattack, once again just denying any mining at that third base of Hero. Good positioning against the Ultras. Ultras getting picked off. Expensive losses for Serral. But again, the Ling run by across the map. Oof. Takes down 13 probes. Takes down the Cyber Core, if I'm not mistaken. Oh. Good sniper on the Ultra. But yeah, even the base itself getting very low. And yeah, the Cyber Core went down. No more Stalkers. Only Zealots can be warped in. Against Ling Bane Ultra, not like this. And we do see Serral getting ready for a surround, coming in from behind. He does collapse on this army. Ultra's having a hard time engaging. The terrain working against Serral a little bit there. But he'll get a kill on the Nexus. And again, we can only warp in Zealots. We're going for the third base as well. The writing is on the wall. GG, well played, gets called. Serral this time does take it. This time... 1, 2. GG. We have our Masters Coliseum 7 champion. GG. Well played. Cyril going almost completely undefeated in this tournament. He didn't drop a single map until the finals. And even then, it was only one. Only one map was dropped here as Cyril is looking dominant. He's looking in form leading into IEM Katowice. GG, well played. Ga, papi, ga. GG. Cyril looking scary. And I feel like the moment when my heart started to sing for Hero was Radisson Station. Radisson Station was so sad. it was brutal, but it was brutal. Like everything was going so well for Hero. In the end, didn't even matter. Cyril was looking terrifying here in this finals. And again, Hero was at least able to take a game, was able to fight back with Glaive Adepts, with hyper aggression, of course, on Alcyone. But again, that was the only game that Hero was able to take. But again, props to Hero. Props to Hero for making it here to the finals. Again, he took down every other top tier Zerg player to make it here. He took down Solar, took down Dark, took down Raynor, and took a map off of Cyril as well. So Hero definitely had his own amazing showing in this tournament. Unfortunately, wasn't able to replicate that success here in the finals. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do so. Again, best of nines are that much more brutal as well. Best of nines are a longer series, that's true, but the downside of a best of 9 is that you don't have any vetoes. No vetoes, so you get more quirky maps like Equilibrium, like Radisson Station. To be fair, again, Radisson Station was supposed to be Hero's map, and it almost was, but then several things happened. Then several things did happen, and yeah, we don't need to talk about it. It's fine. We can move on. We can move on. GG, well played. And yeah, this is just a really good showing from Cyril. I know that a lot of people have been, I mean, Cyril has been a little bit shaky these past couple of months, right? Like we had Raynor popping off last year in Home Story Cup. We had Clem, of course, having a very impressive showing at ESL Masters Winter. Clearly, Cyril took that personally. You know, people like, yo, Cyril washed, papi, washed. As people always say when a player doesn't win a tournament suddenly. Clearly washed. But Cyril, of course, in the aftermath of ESL Masters Winter, clearly has been going over some of those matches, going over some of those series, has been refining his play, has been reflecting, has been coming back strong, looking terrifying in Masters Coliseum. There have been some big moments where players were able to fight back against Cyril. I think a big moment there was Maru. Maru in the group stage looked crazy. When he played against Cyril, Maru looked like he was the best Terran player in the world. And I think I want to stand by that. But the rematch was a different story. The rematch here in the playoffs, Cyril, he looked like a different player, looked like a monster, and did not allow Maru to have his way with him again. So yeah, really cool, really impressive performance here out of Cyril. Great to see him peaking right now. Now is the time to peak. Because IEM Katowice, it's in 2 weeks. In like, I think even under 2 weeks. It's crazy. It's right around the corner. And in a couple of weeks, we're going to be seeing all these players face off again. And there's the playoff bracket. There is the bracket here for the playoffs. We can all just have a look at the runs themselves. Cyril, 3-0 Solar, 3-0 Maru, 4-0 Raynor, and 5-1 Hero in those finals. When it came to Hero's run, he took down Max Pax in the first round. He fell to Raynor in the upper bracket. That was a very good series. It was very spicy, very chaotic, very back and forth. I recommend Hero versus Raynor in the upper bracket was beautiful. I recommend watching the VODs. Hero went on a tear though in the lower bracket. 4-0 Solar, 4-2 Dark, and took down Raynor in the ace match 4-3 as well. GG, well played. Hero did get his revenge. And again, like his PvZ is good. Don't get us wrong. It's amazing. But it's Cyril. It's Cyril, papi. Ay, ay, ay. What more can we say? What more can be said? Here we go. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much everyone for watching. Thanks so much everyone for tuning in. We do appreciate it. Again, it's been a pretty long tournament, a pretty long event itself. You know, we started casting Master Coliseum back in December, way back when in December, and that was when we casted the qualifiers, leading into, of course, the group stage, into the playoffs. It was great. It was beautiful. Big shout out to SE Boy, the organizers of this event. I do wish that we had some interviews. Not gonna lie, that's the one thing that I would have wanted out of this. If I want to be a little bit critical, which is surprising to me. Usually, SE Boy, when it comes to WTL, they're so good at that. They're so good at having like interviews and content and show matches. That is the one thing that we were lacking here, and it would have been great to have heard some thoughts, not just from Cyril, but even in some of these previous series. Like, I would have loved to have heard from Hero after he took down Rainer. I would like in the lower bracket finals. I would have loved to have heard Hero talking about that final game, talking about that series against Rainer. I would have loved to have heard Cyril talking about Radisson Station. We've seen Cyril talk about games like that before, where he's like, "Yeah, I thought I was dead." I'm sure he thought he was dead too. I'm sure he didn't believe, and then he won. Crazy. That's the one thing that's the one thing missing for me here is interviews and maybe like a show match before the finals, because tonight was only one series. It would have been great to have seen like a fun little show match or some kind of or like a pre-interview, right? Like, even if we don't get an interview after the series, maybe an interview before the series. So yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that wasn't here. If I remember correctly, I think we had that last I think we had interviews last season in Master Coliseum 6. So yeah, that is a little bit unfortunate, but regardless, really good tournament, really good games, really good series, really good event. Really well done. GG. Maybe they had interviews in Chinese. This is the clean feed. If they did have interviews in Chinese, we would have seen it. We would have seen it. But yeah, with that, we are done. I do apologize for thinking that. Oh wait, hold on. There we go. I do apologize for thinking that that game 4 was the final game. That was embarrassing, Bobby. That was bad. So I do apologize for that. In my brain, I guess I just assumed it was the best of 7, despite saying that it was the best of 9 multiple times, shaking my head. So I popped off a little bit early. But regardless, it was a great tournament, great event, and I am oh so tired here. Our next broadcast is going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to be live in less than 24 hours. We're going to be casting ESL Open Cup Asia in at 8 p.m. my time, 6 p.m. KST, less than 24 hours. Meanwhile, after ESL Open Cup Asia, in 24 hours, upon hearing this message, we're going to be live again with another tournament with OSC King of the Hill. If you don't know what that is a King of the Hill style tournament. It is 15 best of ones. 15 best of ones, back to back to back to back. 15 matches, plenty of players. Winner stays on, loser is eliminated. So again, it's a great format. It's a lot of fun. So OSC King of the Hill is in 24 hours. ESL Open Cup Asia is 4 hours before OSC King of the Hill. So 20 hours. That's math. 20 hours from now, we're going to be live with ESL Open Cup Asia. And those are going to be the last 2 tournaments that we cast for a couple of days. I've been mentioning this, mention it again. But on Tuesday, usually we cast ESL Open Cup Americas. Unfortunately, I won't be able to cast ESL Open Cup Americas this week because I'm going to be on a plane, because I'm going to be flying over to Poland. Going to be headed over for IM Katowice. So unfortunately, I'm going to be missing ESL Open Cup Americas. I'm also going to be missing the Club NV X Ducklings Showdown. That's also on Tuesday. So 2 events on Tuesday. We're going to be missing it. I won't be casting the Club NV X Ducklings Showdown, obviously, but it will be live here on the channel. It will be live here. Kuro is going to be handling the production. Yaku is going to be casting, and Asher might be casting as well. Oh! Papi, interview. Did they hear us? Let's go. I was about to close the stream. Interview? Oh. Oh no! Wait, hold on. Hold on, Pat.
No, it was just standard OV pattern because I was planning to take my gold base as the third, so I just wanted to have some basically just Oracle VC on there, and that's just my normal OV spot, and it happened to see.
He's talking about
gate,
equilibrium.
So
Equilibrium.
I was kind of thinking Hero might do something like that, but I did see it accidentally.
Yeah, he's talking about the proxy on equilibrium.
这个其实是所谓的纪律性吧，因为我也没有做太多的这种针对，就是我日常都是这样去检查的，一下子就看到了这个他的兵营，所以也没有说太意外吧。
好的，兄弟，你可以把你的麦开大一点，稍微。
好的，他说他是这个日常的平时日常的这个纪律性的检查。
I'm turning it up.
看一下，然后没有，就是刚好看到了这个兵营，所以没有什么太大意外，就是搜图的过程当中搜到了这个兵营。
好的。那第二个问题啊，就是在市政厅站上面，他使用了非常激进的这个空投的战术，然后通过后续的运营，然后翻盘了。但是当时的已经处于劣势嘛，大家还是想问问他是怎么调整的。
Okay, so there is the second question is on the map of Red House Station. At the beginning, you went really super aggressive, but it didn't work out. Then you got a little bit, back on. You got it back later on your macro play. How did the mind work?
He's smiling, Pat.
Well, yeah, the start wasn't great. I think I messed up my build. Well, not my build. That was actually I saw Scarlet do it, so I copied it from her. But
why is he
yeah,
throwing
I
Scarlet
accidentally
under
made
the
a
bus?
tumor with my. When I did the 90s, I made a tumor, so I didn't have 2 transfuses, which was a little bit of a mistake. I'm not sure if it would work otherwise, but yeah, after that I didn't like my spot too much, but I just stayed in it, tried to make some magic happen with the infestors, and I think he just gave me too much time. He should have just tried to kill me a bit faster, but yeah, that was a little bit his mistake to lose that one for sure.
Yeah.
是这样的，我也承认开局。
Yeah, even Cyril's like, yeah, like mate, it was over. It wasn't looking too good, Pappy. But yeah, Hero, we spoke about it. Hero was a little bit too passive there, and Cyril came back. Mate, he threw Scarlet under the bus. He's like, yo, that wasn't my build. That was Scarlet. It's the Cyril.
很多的时间来稳住，最终还是靠着这个后期翻盘。
It's not my fault.
那接下来一个问题啊，就是在金牛座这张地图上，小 Hero 使用了一个非常极限的一波的战术，取得了优势，然后击败了他。然后我们想问一下，就是你觉得他哪里打得比较好，或者说你那盘输掉是失误在什么地方？
So there's one round you lost to Heroes one wave rush. So how do you think? What is his advantage to get to win that map?
Yeah, that was an interesting game. I thought I held it pretty well at start. I killed a lot of adepts, but his immortal follow-up was really strong, and I just barely didn't have enough there. So it's hard to say. I think I just needed to macro a little bit better, or just get a little bit more units there somehow. But in general, I think numbers-wise, I played it pretty well. I didn't overthrow or anything, but he had a really strong push there for sure.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I do think that his adept defense was really good, which is what he's talking about the game on Alcyone, which was the game that Hero won, which was adept into immortal as the follow-up. And I do think that his initial adept defense was really good. But yeah, the immortal follow-up that was brutal. That was brutal.
好的，那我们在知道瑞士轮的时候，他是0-2输给了马入。 然后在进入淘汰赛之后，他是以碾压的姿态夺冠了。那是他做了什么调整？还有在整个赛事里面，他后期的防守水平是明显要高于其他的选手的。我们想问一下，他认为他后期做的哪些比其他的选手要做得更好？
Uh, Okay, so let's talk about something about the Swiss round. When you got 0-2
Maru?
lost to Maru.
Yeah.
Okay. It was bad for you, but what did you do to come back all the way back to your throne? Your defense is really better than early in the game.
Well, I wasn't too worried after this loss against Maru, just because I felt like I messed up a little bit in the early stages of the games, and he got himself in good positions, and then just managed to kind of finish me after a while. But I knew if I was just gonna do better in the early stages of the games and not get too far behind, I should be completely fine. So I personally wasn't too worried, but yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate to lose in the Swiss rounds for sure.
Yeah, if you remember when it came to Maru versus Serral in the group stage or in the Swiss round, Maru did have like just really strong starts with his like Reaper control, killing workers, like getting like into really good positions against Serral. It's interesting that he's like, nah, like I just need to play better. I just need to tighten up in the early game. I'll be fine. Okay, let's go.
然后我还有一个问题啊，
He
就
did,
是
to be
听
fair.
说他马上要兵役了嘛，所以我们中国这边的观众还是非常关心他接下来是否还会活跃在这个赛场上面，然后能不能跟我们分享一下，就是他后
It's
面的
really
一
cool to
些
hear that
计
he
划
was still confident, like despite that.
Okay, so we heard that you're going to, fulfill your military service. And for fans in China, we really like to know if you would still be active in SC2 matches after that. So can you share
he's already
some
spoken about
your
this.
plan with us?
Well, my military isn't 100% confirmed yet at first, but secondly, it's also just the fact that when I will go to military, I will be joining the sports forces in which I can compete while being in the military. So technically, there wouldn't be much downtime for me. I would be always competing, pretty much. At least that's the plan. It's not like I'm gonna be away for a year. That's not how it's gonna work.
Yeah, so I can't remember which interview it was. I don't know if it was in ESL Masters, but Serral, he has been talking about his military service, about how because he's going to be under like a special division of military, like he is going to be allowed to compete and travel. He said that he won't have as much time to practice. That is true, but he's still going to try to compete as much as he can. So the Finnish military is a little bit more lenient compared to like Korean military service, which is a little more strict. So Serral, he is allowed to
好
actually
的，那最后
compete
想
and
请他聊一聊，就是今
allowed
年
to travel.
去年参加了我们 WTL， 然后天下第一人战还有 KFC 这
which is really
些
cool.
中国的这些赛事啊，想让他聊一下这个感受吧。
Okay, our last question. Let's talk about your feelings about WTL, the Massive Coliseum, and the KFC matches. How do you feel?
I had fun playing in all the WTL events. I really appreciate that you guys put in the effort to organize these events, and especially the team league has been really fun. It's always nice to. It's not too many games, and it's still like you consistently play, so it's just nice and fun. I don't always play the Kung Fu Cups, but I do every once in a while, and that's also good fun. It's just all. I think all the players appreciate what the WTL team does.
是这样的，就是作为这些比赛呢，首先我觉得非常的有趣，我也是乐在其中。那在此也是非常的想要
I think they were probably like
感谢一下我们的
fishing
赛事
for
方以及所有人的
maybe even more thoughts on like the
努力
WTL finals, because we didn't get an interview with Team Basilisk after the WTL finals. So it would be cool to hear from that, but it's probably like not the place for questions about
好的，
that.
那最后我们还是恭喜赛肉获得我们这次天下第一人的冠军啊！感谢他接受采访，也希望他后面IEM 打出好成绩。
I am.
拜拜。
Bye bye.
Okay, that is all. Congratulations on your winning again, and good luck on your IEM games.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
I love that. Let's go. Let's go. We got the interview, Papi. We got the interview. Beautiful, beautiful. Again, best of luck to Cyril in IEM. Best of luck. And hey, we got to hear about, quite a couple of things there about Radisson Station. We got to hear about Equilibrium, Alcyone, as well as his thoughts on Maru in the group stage, which was cool to hear. Oh my god, what are we looking at right now? What's okay? They're going over their games. They're going over their content. But yeah, it was great. It was a great cast, great tournament. It was beautiful. It was amazing. The games were amazing, and yeah, really look forward to seeing Cyril in IEM. Again, it is a bit of a shame that he does have to conduct military service, but as you did mention, he's still going to be around, still going to be competing. Curious to see how his play is going to be impacted by the military, right? Because clearly, again, he's going to have less time to practice, so that may impact him, or it might not. Right? That's going to be that much more impressive, if he's conducting his military service and he's still winning stuff. That's going to be crazy. That's going to be crazy if that's the case. So we'll see. I think the other big thing as well is that if it is the case that again his military is taking up quite some time, and if Cyril has to commit to other things, of course, then who rises up to take his place, right? Clem has been looking amazing recently, Rainer as well, making a deep run in these tournaments. Is there enough room? Is there enough room for another player to kind of rise up in that kind of year of military service where Cyril has to focus on that? Is there a chance for that? Going to be exciting to see what happens to the scene and what happens to the ranking of players in a way, and how motivated people become and all that stuff. So exciting stuff. Exciting. Hero, Clem, Rainer, Maru. Yeah, exactly. The other big thing, of course, is Dark. His military services is coming up as well. Korean military being quite different. He won't be able to compete at the same time, unfortunately. But that's also kind of looming on the horizon when that occurs. It's been a year, right? It was announced last year at IEM Katowice that Dark's mandatory military service was coming up, but still hasn't kind of hit yet. But it's it's coming at some point, I'm sure. It's another thing we have to bear in mind when it comes to the upper echelons of Zerg players in Korea and outside of Korea. But regardless, hope everyone had a great time. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. In Finland, there's a special division of top-tier athletes. They're allowed to train their own sport and participate in tournaments matches much more freely than other conscripts. Esports was just added into the qualifying sports set. Let's go! But you have to be a world-class athlete to qualify in that division. Yeah, 100%. And clearly, Cyril, he qualifies for that. So really cool to see. Really cool to see. So yeah, with that, thanks so much everyone for watching. Thanks so much everyone for tuning in. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. And again, we're going to be back tomorrow with ESL Asia and with the OC King of the Hill. Again, unfortunately we're going to be missing some matches on Tuesday, but I think I was in the middle of saying it. Kuro is going to be handling the production. We're going to have Yaku and Asher, potentially Asher, casting the Club NV X Ducklings Showdown over on Tuesday night. A lot of really good games are going to be held there. Our show match series will be continuing. I say maybe Asher because Funada Asher, he got COVID. He messaged me a couple of hours ago. Over the weekend, he went. See, this is why you don't go outside. What are you doing? Going outside? What's going on? Asher got COVID over the weekend, and he's saying that he's still recovering. So if he's up for it, then he's going to be available to cast on Tuesday. Otherwise, it may just be Yaku and Kuro instead. We'll see. Fingers crossed. Wish the best to Asher. Hopefully, he does recover nicely, and whether he can cast or not. Hopefully, he's able to take care and able to recover. Otherwise, thanks so much. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. I'll see you guys next time tomorrow for ESL Asia. And after that, next time you'll see me, it's going to be in Poland. I'm probably going to be casting in Poland as well. No, I'm not casting IEM. I should reiterate. I'm going to be a viewer. I'm going to be a viewer at IEM. But I'm taking my laptop. I'm taking my headsets. And I'm probably going to be casting while I'm in Poland as well. Because the StarCraft doesn't stop. So going to be casting while I'm there. Hopefully the stream quality is still good. It's going to be slightly worse. I know that much. But hopefully it's still good enough. we'll see. We'll see what happens. Otherwise, thanks for watching. See you guys next time. Until then, bye. Hasta luego.